Mic check 1 2. Let's get this desktop audio on too. There we go. Ooh, my mouse. Yarashai, welcome to the stream. Hey Archer. Welcome to the stream. Sliver of Nope, Archer Emiya, Kazakami Sota, Anya. Yarashai, welcome to the stream. How are you guys doing? Enjoying the weekend? I hear that it's a long weekend in the States. So hopefully you guys get to stay a little bit long. Hirashai! Dukia chan kite kurete arigatou. Hirashai! Saki no wa o tsukare sama deshita. Mario Kart no tournament taikai. O tsukare sama deshita. So today we will be doing we'll be playing a visual novel called Raging Loop. 3-day weekend, yes! Exciting. Hope you guys get to rest a lot and catch up on some things that you need to catch up on. Ganbatta yo. It would be a long weekend if I wasn't gone on this trip, but it's 3 a.m. up tomorrow for me. Ooh, that's really early. Good luck with that, Archer. How is the audio for the game? Is it too loud, too quiet? It looks like it might be a little bit loud, but I'm not sure. I made myself pretty loud too. Alejandro Hirashai, welcome to the stream. Hello. Gambari, thank you. Good evening, hello chat. So, about Raging Loop. Raging Loop, I hear that it's like a game about some kind of village, and there are these werewolves that are killing villagers. So it's like the social deduction game Werewolf. It's good for your voice level. Thank you. So if you've ever played Werewolf, which is like what Among Us is kind of the type of game it is. It's a werewolf type game. Werewolf came first. But this visual novel kind of goes around that kind of premise. You love Werewolf? Nice. I don't really play it that much. I don't know what kind of roles there are. There's like townspeople, werewolves. There's like extra roles too, right? Like a seer or something. Somebody who can like guess who the werewolf is. Anyways, I think like we should just get started. Pekori?
ようこそノベルアドベンチャーゲームレイジングループの世界へ
There's like a little introduction. I bid you welcome to the world of this visual novel Raging Loop. Is this fully voiced? I think it might be.
私は単なるどれに足らないインターフェイス的キャラクターです
Oh, she's just here to help us. You get to pick your role in Werewolf? It's randomly assigned, so nobody can tell who you are. In a normal game of Werewolf, usually you play, it's like a party game, and it doesn't use any electronics or like computer or game console or anything. It's like it's a traditional game. You kind of like hand out cards that have your roles.
ここでは初めてプレイなさる皆様にこのゲームの遊び方を簡単にご説明いたしたいと存じます。いくつか変わったところのあるゲームですので、最初はぜひとも全部の説明をお読みいただきたいと思います。
Okay, so it's like a little bit complicated. Tabletop game, yeah.
動画配信をなさる方は4動画やシェアについてだけでも
Oh, for streaming? Tsukimi, Hirashai, welcome to the stream. You adore this game? There's like a thing here. Read the 4 videos and sharing section for people who are streaming.
最後まで読んでいただけたら私のセクシーな画像が見られません。世間は厳しゅうございます。さめざめ。
They translated it to we truly do live in a society.
さて、何からご説明いたしましょう。
Okay, let's look at this one first.
レイジングループはノベルゲーム。物語や展開やオチはとても大事ですから、それら全てを配信されてしまいますととても困ってしまいます。
Oh, so maybe I can't actually stream the whole thing.
かといってお楽しみは大勢で分け合いたいもの、それは重々承知しております。というわけで私どもは動画配信していただける範囲を設定しております。
Okay.
ちなみにその範囲は最初のメインルート丸ごと1本プラスアルファ。
Okay, so we're going to be doing the first main route,
具
at
体的に
least.
はシナリオチャート上の4潜入の9入村方法はで選択肢が出るまでが配信可能範囲です。
Oh, okay.
相当な長さがございますので配信のネタにしばらく困ることはないと保証いたします。むしろ全文読み上げる派の配信主様は喉が潰れないか心配です。無理はなさらずゆったりお楽しみくださいね。
I'm just letting her read it all.
ちなみに動画配信の折にはお知らせ機能をぜひともご利用くださいませ。
The reminder function.
この後現れる選択肢でお知らせ機能をオンにしていただいた場合、動画配信終了のタイミングで突然謎の羊が出現。
Oh,
ここまでよとお知らせいたします。
okay.
そこで収録はお開きとしていただき、あとは考察やら議論やらをお楽しみいただければ幸いの極みでございます。
That makes sense. Sliver of Nope. Yeah, Dashai, welcome to the stream. So what is this visual novel about? I believe it's about some kind of village that people are dying in and nobody knows who the culprits are.
ちなみに今はオフの状態ですよ。
Okay, let's turn it on then.
はい、オンにいたしました。また切り替えたいときは0。
Right now we're just going through
No.
basically the manual, the user manual. Okay, so about this game. Let's try this.
レイジングループはノベルアドベンチャーゲームというジャンルでございます。
Okay.
小説のように文章で物語が綴られ読んで楽しむゲームです。世に言う人狼ゲームと深く関係する物語ではありますが、人狼ゲームそのものではないのでご注意を。
So it's close to Werewolf and Mafia, but it's not going to be the same rules, or they're not playing Werewolf and Mafia.
スーパー人工知能リカコ20人と永遠の人狼ゲームを楽しめるとご期待された方すみません、ざめざめ。もちろんただの小説ではございません。時折現れる選択肢によって物語が変化するすごい小説なのです。キャラクターたちが生き生きと描写され生き生きとボイスを喋ります。せっかくの声をお楽しみになるためや突如絶叫が響き渡らないためにイヤホンなどされるのも良いかと。
Oh, so there's probably going to be screams in the audio of the
とっても大ボリュ
game.
ームな物語ですので没頭しすぎて数日徹夜なんてことになるやもご注意くださいね。
It's a pretty long game.
なおもうご存知かと思いますが、レイジングループは架空の殺人事件恐怖事件を扱ったお話です。
Okay.
サスペンス、スリラー、ホラー、そして謎に挑み解決するお話がお好きなあなたにぴったりの物語。もちろんこの物語は作り事で実際の人物や
They always have
団
to
体
include
や
this line.
思想や事件などとは一切関係がございませ
I
ん。
wonder when it started.
作中の学問知識、歴史、宗教、神話、科学、医学等の知識は
Relying
創
upon it
作を
during
含みます。
exams would get you
テ
0
ストに書い
points.
たら0点です。さめざめ。 そして描かれる犯罪や惨劇については
Yeah, that would be
現
pretty
実の
bad.
そんな行為を推奨する意図など全くございません。そんな感じで現実との区別をしっかりおつけになったらもう大丈夫。本作を思いっきり楽しんでくださいね。
Okay, so I guess we'll look at the standard functions. I'm pretty sure I can figure out the... I mean, we'll look at the special functions. I'm pretty sure I can figure out the standard functions.
レイジングループの独特な機能について説明いたしますね。レイジングループのストーリーは複雑に分岐しております。どうでも心配無用。本作ではシナリオチャートという便利機能が採用されてい
Oh,
ま
a
す。
chart. So this is probably similar to like Zero's Escape series.
メニューを開けばチャートという機能にいつでもアクセスでき、そこからシナリオの全図が見られるのです。さらにこのシナリオチャートを使えば入ったことのあるチャプターに
Yep.
いつでもどこでもどこからでも移動が可能。もう選択肢では必ずセーブとは申しません。これでいつでも選択肢は選び直せますのでご心配なく。シナリオチャート機能についてはまた後でもう一度使いどころの説明がありますのでよくわからなくても大丈夫ですよ。
Okay.
次にキーについて。
Keys.
レイジングループの物語分岐はすべて選択肢を選んだ瞬間に発生いたします。後から聞くものは存在しません。
Oh, okay. That's nice.
その代わりいくつかの選択肢はキーと呼ばれる特定の情報がないと開くことができません。このキーを探すことこそレイジングループの大きな目的だと言えるでしょう。
So basically unlocking branches
そ
for
の
these
探し
roads.
方は実際に手に入った時に説明があるそうですのでご心配なく。
Oh, okay.
ちなみに一度キーを入手して解放されたルートはセーブデータと関係なく開きっぱなしになります。逆に言うと、キーが未入手の状態にはロードしても戻れません。
Is that important?
それで読めなくなる文章はありませんので、
Oh,
あまり
okay.
困ることはないと思いますがご承知くださいね。キーがない状態に戻して遊びたいという既得なお方には全データを初期化する手もあります。ご利用は計画的に。
Okay, let's go.
とても長くなってしまいました。ここまでお読みいただき誠にありがとう存じます。
So now the story starts.
いよいよ物語の始まりです。限りなく濃い霧と血煙の向こう、繰り返される絶望と悲嘆の果て、人狼村の真実をどうか
The
そ
werewolf
の目でご覧
village.
くださいませ。ペコリ。
Picori. Ikuzo! I closed in on the side of the road and killed the engine. It was steeper than I'd thought. My bike was on the verge of giving out, so I pushed down and deployed the kickstand. Well, I'm lost. Maybe taking a ride down an unknown road with no sat-nav on me wasn't such a good idea. I'd just followed the roads, so I'd figured I wouldn't get lost, but now I was in some deep shit. No, cool it. This isn't a big deal. I sighed, took note of the fact that I'd gotten lost in my pocket journal, and then pulled out a map. Suddenly, a rush of memories flitted into my mind. Oh, and I guess this is an option where you need the key. Forget it. I somehow kept myself from remembering those things. After all, I'd gone on this trip to forget.
ああ、もう。やめやめ。目の前の現実を直視。人生はシンプル。つまりこの道のごとく、真っ暗で道案内もなく、進むか返すか。考えることはそれだけ。
Going back wasn't an option in this case, so I'd just move forward. Still, I wanted to know where I was, at least, so I looked down at my map. It was all Greek to me. Last time I'd seen a sign, it was still light out, meaning that I'd gotten lost after the sun had set. Sure, it was my own fault for just guessing which intersections I'd been passing through, and that it'd taken me 2 hours to conclude I was lost. Crazy to think that just 2 hours of aimless driving got me almost completely surrounded by mountains. They extended as far as the eye could see. If you flipped the scenery upside down and shook it, it's unlikely even a shred of civilization would tumble out. Besides the asphalt below, my sweet ride, and the lamppost above, the first one in a while, mind you, there was nothing man-made here. The pocket map I had wasn't detailed enough for me to figure out where I was.
進むか。
I'd go as far as I could. Worst come to worst, I could just camp at the side of the road. Two hours later, I deeply regretted ever thinking that. Basically, camping wasn't an option. This mountain road had no side to camp on. A dump truck I'd passed barely even fit on it. I'd also had my first close encounters with wild forest animals. I'd already seen 2 boars and 3 deer in those 2 hours alone. One of the deer had run parallel to my bike while intently staring at me, and I had no idea what to think of that. I'd felt like it could smell my fear, and did it just to make it worse. How dare the thing do that to a human? We're the kings of this planet, damn it. I'd have to remember to eat some venison once I came back to civilization. Anyway, camping out here was a bad idea. I'd end up either as roadkill or animal food. And yet, I didn't back out. Why? Because I'm a pretty warped sort of guy, and I won't pretend otherwise. That was actually the reason why my once comfortable relationship had gone awry, and why I'd gone on this stupid trip. Still, despite acknowledging that, I chose to keep moving forward. It wasn't like I'd find a place to stay if I went back. I was actually starting to think that this experience might make a good conversation piece sometime down the road. It was really getting late at this point. Where would these roads take me anyway? It'd probably be disappointing. Soon enough, the road became flat. I was out of the mountain pass. The forest remained abundant though, so I still didn't see much. Even so, the street lights and signs were enough to make me feel like I was again nearing civilization. Was street lights the right expression for lights in a forest? I'd have to look that up. It's true. It'd be like forest lights. As the roads grew less rugged, I realized just how exhausted I was. All this bike handling had left my hands really sore too. I really had to rest. Suddenly, I saw something unexpected. Powerful, colorful, artificial lights. A convenience store? Fresh marquee. Sake tabako. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was next to an intersection between the road I was on and another, even thinner road that could probably support only a single car. The sea of trees ended, giving room for the majestic child of our consumerist society. Yeah, that was an exaggeration. Apparently even a damn store was a big deal for someone who'd just stepped out of the wild. It was called Fresh Market. I had seen several of them a few times during the day. It was probably a local franchise. The building didn't look at all that old. At least, the parking lot looked a lot smoother compared to the roads. This was a pretty weird place to build something like that, though. Was I close to a settlement? Or did they actually make a profit off of lost travelers? I'd just ask that or something. A local shopkeeper was bound to know what was around these parts, not to mention I was thirsty. I was welcomed by a weird chime sound. It looked like a normal convenience store. There were goods on the shelves, a counter on the left, and... Whoa! The worker at the counter was so mean-looking it was scary. She was so imposing, I wouldn't have doubted if someone told me she was in charge of some ladies' army corps. Was that supposed to be a greeting? It was so damn cold, it actually gave me chills. Was this store shadier than it appeared? Was I about to be stupidly overcharged? Was this how this place made a profit? By taking advantage of lost people and basically beating them out of their money? She looked thick though. The Jack, yeah, Rashai, welcome to the stream. Shit, that was scary. Jofu, yeah, Rashai, welcome to the stream. Clearly, the Wonderland had only just begun. Woohoo! I sure was excited for the beating. I grew more nervous and less enthusiastic by the second. I braced myself, but she just looked down at a magazine in her hands. Oh, so she was just a slacker. Slightly disappointed, I walked around the store. It was about what you'd expect. There was a small shelf of energy drinks, followed by some stationaries, travel goods, sanitary stuff, etc. There were sweets that came with toys, a shelf of cup ramen, and dried food, a fridge, a freezer. It all looked normal. It was late, so the daily dish and packed lunch section was completely empty. The only special thing about this place was the section full of unpacked vegetables you'd expect to see at a greengrocer's. Maybe all rural convenience stores were like this? I was slightly surprised by that, but there weren't any local fine foods or anything, so all in all it was an unremarkable store, if you ignored the clerk. Anyway, I took a drink and brought it to the register. Is she smoking? Yep, she really was the highlight of this place. What kind of clerk smokes while dealing with a customer? Does she not want me to buy anything? Yes, I was actually buying. She was the clerk, and I'd be her god, the customer.
126 yen.
She didn't even scan it. This exchange was at the mercy of the clerk. God is dead. Okay, that's a big... It's not that serious, man. Maybe I had to get mad at her.
ちょっといいですか？実は道に迷ってしまって。
I quickly turned meek. He's a herb!
町はどっちにあるでしょうか？
あっち。
いや、できれば地図とか。
ない。
いや、そんなはずはないでしょ。コンビニなんて大体道聞かれるから、地図は常備してるもんでしょ。
知らねえよ。ないもんはねえ。おとなしく来た道戻れよ。
もう数時間迷ってるもんで、これ以上はちょっと。
その辺の床で寝てけば。
At least you can sleep at the convenience store. She had to be joking.
いや、お気持ちだけでいいんで、道だけちゃんと教えていただけたら。
ああ、もう、せえな。待ってろ。
She can help? For real? The clerk put out her smoke in the ashtray and went to the staff-only area. She came back in no time.
あったわ。
She found it so quickly. So she did have a map. Of course she did. Even more ill-tempered than usual, the clerk started giving an explanation.
これがこの店。で、十字路を北へ行け。しばらくしたら立教があっから渡れ。 最初の分岐のとこに大岩があっから、そこを右折して、あとは直線。
A boulder.
この道？
んだよ。
いや、この先何もなくないです？
書かれてねえだけで集落があんだよ。
Oh.
そこ以外なら？
富士吉村まで行くには峠道を2時間。こっちなら30分で着く。
Fujiyoshi seemed to be a village. It didn't it didn't look too far away, but the road leading to it was a huge branching mess. It was clearly just a paved mountain pass. I'd had enough of those for one day. I'd probably just get lost again.
じゃあ、こっち行ってみます。ありがとうございます。
金
はい。
払ってねえだろ、茶のやつ。
ああ、じゃあ500円。なぜお釣りを無断で募金箱に入れるんですか？
小銭多いとうぜえだろ。
That was a hell of a line. I casually thanked her, grabbed the plastic bottle of tea. She didn't give me a bag, by the way, and left the store. I drank the tea in the parking lot and looked up at the moon, obscured by clouds, but still bright enough to outshine the light of the convenience store. The clerk put me in a bad mood, though, so I didn't enjoy the sight. I threw the bottle into a nearby trash can and aggressively drove away. Following the directions, I crossed the overpass and arrived at the first fork in the road. This MC is just as much of brat than the clerk. Yeah, you're telling me. Full moon. Yeah, that's a sign. Werewolves. Werewolf village. The byway she told me about was really narrow. I probably wouldn't have noticed it if were it not for the tall boulder standing there like a roadside shrine for some traveler deity. Turning carefully, I got on the road. A minute later, I found myself in an even worse wilderness than before. A veil of dead leaves covered the ground, tall grass sided the path, and the sky above was blocked by overgrown shrubs, making it feel like I was passing a wooden tunnel. The road itself was a huge red flag. It was a wonder why it didn't just turn around. The exchange from before might have pissed me off more than I thought. Still, I really didn't expect the road to just end. It happened about 15 minutes in. The view ahead suddenly turned strangely dark, and a split second later, the bike tipped forward. I reflexively hit the brakes, but it was too late. I started going down a cliff. My bike tilted downwards, and its suspension was put to the greatest test yet, as we basically tumbled down to the bottom. The headlights suddenly shone on some dirt and grass. I knew then that I'd be flung out of my seat. Stifling a scream, I tried to work some steering and brake magic to slow down without collapsing. But that was too big a task for a simple road bike. At the bottom of the cliff, it jumped higher than ever before. The suspension couldn't handle the impact, and I was launched into the air. A moment later, I heard a crash and felt an impact, after which came an unpleasant pain. Did I just drive off the side of a cliff? An accident where I was flung out like that was a first for me. The launch was really something too. I did a 360 in the air and fell on my back. My breathing stopped for a moment, and the pain was so bad I thought all my bones shattered. My face and limbs seemed pretty fine at least, though I wasn't sure if that counted as a silver lining. There was grass under my hands. I felt it even through the gloves. That and the smell of green made it pretty clear what I landed on. I pushed down and my hand sunk. This grass growth was pretty hefty. It was probably the reason why I came out relatively okay. Sure, my joints creaked when I stood up, but aside from that, I was fine. It was really dark, so I couldn't really confirm it, but I was pretty sure I wasn't even bleeding. My bike, however, wasn't nearly as lucky.
はあ。
It was lying on its side, a short distance ahead. The engine was still on. The back wheel kept on turning, making an unpleasant frictive noise. Yep, it was busted. I walked up, killed the engine, and took the key. With the headlights off, I was surrounded by absolute darkness, so I just stood and waited until my eyes adjusted. I still couldn't see very clearly, but it looked like this actually wasn't a cliff. I was still on a road, it just wasn't paved beyond this point. Obviously, a road bike stood no chance against an unpaved road. That woman actually tried to kill me. Zigzagging through the trees, I followed the narrow footpath deeper into the forest. I'd tried getting my bike up and running again, but it instantly gave up. It was partially stuck in the mud, so there was risk of it slipping and getting me into another accident. Maybe I had to turn around. The moment I considered that, I thought I saw a faint light ahead. If that woman wasn't lying, this road led to a settlement. Was I close? I reached into my jacket's pocket, took out my phone, and opened it up. As you'd expect, I was out of range. I ran the light app and shone a light to see better. Though weak, it was better than nothing. At the very least, it helped me watch where I was going. I had no idea how long I'd been walking for, but sure enough, I could see a light beyond the shrubs. It was weaker than expected, a flashlight perhaps? I could hear water too. I might have been near a river.
すいません
I raised my voice.
すいません誰かいませんか
Still, declaring my presence, I walked forward. It was late at night. Were I to bump into someone here, the scare would probably take away a few years of our lives. That was why I figured it was best for us both to let the other know we were here before that happened. However, there was no response. Could they not hear me over the rapids?
すいません
I shone my light ahead and realized I'd made it to an opening. Sure enough, there was a river, or a stream rather. I could see slightly more than I had while surrounded by trees. Straining my eyes, I saw a rocky river beach and the shallows. The light I'd seen was on the other side. From what I could tell, it was either a lantern or a flashlight, and it was close to the ground. I didn't see any people though. No one responded to my shouting either. I wasn't excited about it, but I decided to step into the water. The cold water quickly soaked my shoes and socks. I could have taken them off, but I'd figure that crossing a river barefooted at midnight was a bad idea. If you got a smartphone, why didn't you just use Google Maps? But man, was it cold. I put my phone back into my jacket. I needed both my hands free in case I fell. Not stopping or backing down, I walked towards the light. It suddenly became deeper. The water reached my knees now. That was too close for comfort. Feeling the bottom with my toes and balancing myself, I somehow avoided losing my footing. The flow was fiercer than I'd expected. If I slipped and fell, I'd probably be washed away. It suddenly hit me I was doing something really weird, but it was too late to back down. Putting my hands on the boulders and carefully checking what I was stepping on, I gradually made it to the other side. Then, with an unpleasant, wet sound in my every step, I walked up to the light. I could already see it clearly. Yep, it was a flashlight, lying on the ground for some reason. There wasn't much space here. It was a narrow riverbank with a cliff right beside it. As you'd expect, I didn't see or sense anyone nearby. What the hell? Though old, the flashlight was working fine. The strength of the light told me the battery was pretty full. That meant that someone was actually using this tonight, or rather, until just a few moments ago. That was the most logical conclusion. It obviously wasn't left here yesterday afternoon or evening. And yet, The user was nowhere in sight, and I was near a river. Did something bad happen? Did the flashlight's owner step into the stream and get swept away? That was the most likely and worst possible scenario. However, the flashlight was left there practically buried in the pebbles. It didn't look like someone placed it there to light things up. It was the dead of night. There was no way you wouldn't notice dropping your flashlight when it was so dark, right? The fact that a light source was left in a place like this was strange by itself. With that considered, what was going on here? What if someone heard my stupid shouting and decided to lure me in with a light so they could ambush me? Where would they attack from? Above?
こんばんは。
I heard a voice the moment I looked up. The rock cliff was actually made up of several boulders. There was a face speaking from behind one of them.
こんばんは。
ああ、人だ。びっくりした。
That was my line.
悪いんだけど、それ取ってもらえます？
The voice was feminine. I finally realized what was going on.
落としたってわけですか。
I picked up the flashlight and pointed it at the source of voice. High-pitched voice, slender hands shielding the light. Sure enough, it was a young woman.
眩しいな。
お、失礼。ちなみに、こっちはこういうものですが。
怖いです。だから照らさない。
You're just shining it from below. It's like when you tell horror stories and you just light yourself up with a flashlight from below.
実は、当方道に迷っており。
だとすると、割と究極的に迷ってますよ。
Yeah, thought as much.
ここって人里です。
難しい質問だな。
とりあえず助けてもらえないかと。
助ける？
雨露しのげて野生動物がいなければ何でもいいんで。
Standing on a boulder, the young woman made a pensive face.
じゃあ、うち来ます？
And that was the conclusion she had arrived at. Her face told me she was 100% serious. Place? My place? By that she surely meant a house. A settlement.
いいんです。頼んどいてなんですが、遠慮を忘れてすがりたい程度には切羽詰まってるんですが。
え？男として？
ええ。いや違う。一個の生命として。数時間迷った挙句、バイクでこけて、心身ともに限界ってわけです。
あらら。なら、見捨てるのもどうよって感じじゃないです？一個の生命として。
Well, she's nice. And so I was saved. Oh, the beauty of living beings looking out for each other.
じゃあ手、いいです？
ん？
ここ、一人じゃ登れないでしょ？
Oh, she's gonna pull him up? True. Honestly, I didn't even realize I'd have to. Meeting another person filled me with relief, which was followed by a sudden wave of fatigue. It wasn't crippling, though. She extended her left hand, so I grabbed it with my own left. Her slender fingers were stronger than expected. The girl's name was Chiemi Serizawa. I asked if she was related to the Shinsengumi guy, but she said that her family just adopted the name at some point in the Meiji period. She was a 21-year-old who went to college far away from here. This was her hometown, and she was spending her post-exams vacation here. We chatted about stuff like that when she led me out of the rocky ravine. There was actually a proper path, so the rock climbing was pretty pointless, but I was too focused on my footing to comment. She told me about herself as soon as we reached solid ground.
ちなみにそちらは？
名前は久石春明。東京で大学院生やってます。
あ、じゃあちょっと年上。
24だから、芹沢さんと3つ違いかな。
ちえみでいいですよ。敬語とかもいらないです。
じゃあ僕も、呼び捨てタメ口がいいな。
ですか？
女の子に親しくされてるみたいで嬉しいからね。
Hmm.
なるほど。実は私も堅苦しいの苦手なんで、じゃあ遠慮なく。
どうぞどうぞ。ちなみにまだ結構遠い？
そうでもないかな。もう5分くらい頑張りましょい。
Gambarimashoi. Hang in there, chief. What a lively girl. You could tell she was used to people.
ただ、足元に気をつけて、明かりだけ見て。
何かあるの？
この辺、石ころだらけで危ないんだ。
The moment she said that, I stumbled on a rock too big to be called a pebble.
あと、今夜はずいぶん暗いしね。
I couldn't even see the moon anymore. Nodding in agreement, I focused on following the light in her hand.
ちょっと待っててもらえます？着替えちゃうんで。
And so, I did just that. Given this was a mountain settlement, I had expected some old wooden house. But she actually lived in an apartment block. Jackster, Hirasha, welcome to the stream. It was too dark to get a good look at. All I could see were the cheap-looking walls, like you'd expect from some old boarding house for students. Also, she lived on the second floor, in room 202. I'd heard some raindrops as we were climbing the rusty stairs, but now it was really pouring. Between that, the darkness, and the large tree right next to the building, it was nearly impossible to see what was going on outside. It felt like I was all alone in a world of nothing but the walls, the door, and the fluorescent lamp above my head. It made me feel somewhat helpless. I distracted myself from that by imagining her changing. Eventually, the door opened up. Damn, this guy's a pervert.
お待たせ。上がって。
All smiles, she showed herself, now wearing sports clothes. This was kinda exciting.
なんにもないでしょ？
何にもないね。
でも冷蔵庫の中は、ほら、
Alcohol?
素晴らしい。
飲みますか。
やったぜ。
Yeah, her place was really empty. It was just a small room, with a low table in the middle, a fridge near the door, and a large duffel bag deeper in. What are they eating? They've got like chips, beer, lemon sour, or like a chuhai, nuts, and like a bunch of canned food here. There were two old-looking bookshelves too, but they were completely empty. I wasn't bothered one bit though. Any girl's room was a wonderland to me. This guy really is a pervert.
じゃあ、大変だった春秋さんに、お疲れ様。
地獄で出会った仏様に乾杯。
We opened up our cans, knocked them together, and downed them. Hey, it was actually good. The pleasant bitterness and the refreshing carbonation made for a good combo.
美味しい。このためだけに生きてる。
その若さでそれはないでしょう。
言い過ぎた。愛や将来にもまだ絶望してません。
ところが就活という影が迫る。
いやー、やめて。せっかくのビールがまずくなる。
She laughed and took a huge sip. It was pretty clear she could hold her drink. That aside, something really bothered me.
お誘いに乗っておいてなんだけど。
何？
Her cheeks were already red. Maybe she didn't handle her liquor as well as I thought. She had a well-featured face, and I didn't think it was wrong to consider her beautiful. Sure, her clothes weren't the least bit sexy, but I could tell she had some makeup on.
僕は完全に正体不明の自称迷い人だよね。
Love me some beer? I like to replace some of the water with beer when I make instant noodles? Really? Is that good? That's strange. I've never heard of that before.
そうね。
君は年頃の女性、今は深夜、ワンルームの密室で男と二人っきり、その上アルコールまで入ってしまった。
おお。
身の危険を感じたりとかは？
She kept gulping the drink, even as she formulated a response. The very fact that I could just watch her do that made this a pretty risky situation, and yet...
あんまりないかな。
それは。
芹沢千恵美クイズ。
イエーイ。
問題。ふと気づいたら低層が瀬戸際にもかかわらず、芹沢千恵美は特に身の危険を感じない。なぜでしょう？
What a fun girl. This only made me like her more, increasing the danger even further.
質問 OK？
どうぞ。
僕のことがいい人っぽいという答えはなしでいいかな。
悪い人に見えるってわけじゃないけど、まあなしかな。女の子慣れしてそうだし。
Kanpai! That unintentional compliment showed that she actually did see me as a potential danger.
考えられる回答は大きく2つ。想定外だが何が起きても問題ない。もしくは想定通り。
ふむむ？
前者はいろいろ考えられるかな。例えば、ちえみちゃんが何かやけっぱちになっていて、どうにでもなれって場合。
David Martin, Yarashai, welcome to the stream, and nobody died yet, okay? We're still good.
あるいは、十分な自衛手段がある。実は護身術の達人で、僕なんか軽く乗せるとかね。
おー、論理的。春明さん理系だね。
まあそうかな。
はい。
一方で後者、つまりこの状況が君の想定通りって場合は、
例えば私がエロエロですとか。
Wow, talk about not mincing words.
酔っ払ってきたな。さて、他には何があるでしょう？
Indeed, what other reason could a woman have to bring a stranger to her home? It would surely be something non-standard, like...
僕の存在が君の利益になる例。例えば、アリバイ工作。君がここにいたと、後日僕が証言することで君が有利になる。
Ooh, that's something. That's kind of sus.
おー、ちゃっかり利用するわけだ。
あるいは、ちえみちゃんが恐るべき殺人鬼で僕を酔っ払わせてぶっ殺す。
Oh.
はあ、ヤマンバ。いいね。ブッシュブッシュ殺しちゃう。
What kind of sound effect was that?
ちなみに前提で出た2つのケースの他に1つあるよ。
あれ抜けてた？
うん。私がとってもいい人で春明さんを助けてあげたい一心だっていうケース。
Was it time for me to be ashamed of my filthy mind?
いやでもそれで自分が襲われるかもって考えたら。
わあ、襲うって言っちゃったよこの人。
一般論ね。
She stopped talking and turned red. It was so cute, I thought she was actually doing it on purpose. Man, was she drunk. And we were just on our second cans.
じゃあこういうのは止めないともっとひどいことになる。それはさすがに忍びないなとか。
ごめん、もうちょっと詳しく。
It's good in tonkotsu and beef ramen. Oh. Maybe I'll try it.
この辺りには怖い野生動物が出ます。明日にはこの人はズタズタに引き裂かれてしまうかもしれません。このまま見捨てたらとても寝覚めの悪い思いをするかもしれません。それならまあ止めてあげようかしら。
なるほど。リスクと善意を天秤にかけるってわけか。これは想定外。
想定外か。
この人だいぶ悪い人なんじゃないかって気がしてきたな。
え、そう
だって善意を選択肢に入れる前に殺人鬼とかアリバイとかエロエロとかさ。
He's pretty cynical.
ヘロエロは君が言い出したんでしょうが。
そうだったっけ？で、答えは？
これって単なるバカ話じゃないの？
正解者には素敵なプレゼント。不正解者はブッシュブッシュ殺します。
Ooh. Seriously? You're desperate, you needed an alibi, you're a thirsty perv, or you'd feel guilty if you let me die. Wait, I can like make a poll, right? Serizawa Chiemi? Wait, what was her name? Log. Chiemi. Special quiz. Alright. I'm going to make a poll right now. I'll let you guys vote. Sorry I have to go since my iPad is on 4% and my phone is and my iPhone is 18%. Forgot to charge it last night. No problem. Go charge your appliances. All right, what do you guys think? I think that she'd just feel guilty. But there's also a fifth option here. If you get the 20 key, you needed an alibi. Poll time. I forgot her name. She has kind of an Umineko cackling witch face sometimes. Sometimes. So not Beatrice, who is all the times. Ooh, we got like 50%, 50-50. You're a thirsty perv. Oh, we got lots more options for thirsty perv. Is that what we'll go for? All right.
Ping-pong! 正解です。
Oh! It was true. That's why she brought it up herself. Woohoo! I still need to actually read Yumineko. I've only researched and I know the premise. I do too, actually.
まるでエッチ漫画のような展開。正解おめでとう。さあ、かかってこい。
Wait, this doesn't sound right. There's no way this is real. I think we're gonna die now.
だが待ってほしい。迷った先で好都合な展開というのは物語上明らかに後々ガクッと落とすための前振りである。
あ、確かに。狐に化かされたとか、亡霊、つまり私にたたり殺されたりとか、シャレにならない病気移されたりとか。
True, a lot of Japanese folk tales are like this.
そうそう。
テレレレレ、テレレレレ、テレレレレテテレレレレ。さあ、世にも奇妙な扉を開こうぜ。
It's 1.3 times longer than the Bible Umineko.
やめとく。
Anyway, this girl was actually pretty sharp. She really had a way with words and knew how to capitalize on it. It almost felt like she was implying that I couldn't let my guard down just because I was a guy. I admitted she was pretty damn attractive, but I felt like I'd have more fun just talking about lewd stuff than acting on it. May 12th, Monday. The last thing I remembered was our little when was the last time you pissed yourself while sleeping talk. I had to tell her about the time I got so drunk I wet my pants in the middle of the boarding house. She laughed so hard, she started frothing at the mouth and passed out. I woke up with a splitting headache. Oh man. Morning already? Light poured in through the frosted window. I pulled out my phone and checked the time, 7 in the morning. I'd gone to sleep somewhere between 2 and 3, which probably wasn't quite enough sleep. 2 and 3 to 7 in the morning, that's like 4 to 5 hours of sleep. That's pretty bad. At least I didn't wake up to some horror movie scene. The building wasn't in ruins, and the girl wasn't actually a skeleton. Though in a way, this might have been worse. Oh, she's hangover mode. You wish you could laugh that hard. Who laughs so hard you could, like, froth at the mouth? She was spread out on the floor, on the other side of the mini table. Her breathing was mixed with some weird gurgling sounds. I hesitantly looked at her. The saint that saved me from the hell I was in last night had puked in the middle of her sleep. Oh no! Turn her over! What was I supposed to do here? As a guest, I couldn't really be too harsh on her.
ちえみちゃん
She wasn't waking up. Well, I just do what little I could. There, that should be good enough. I'd used tons of toilet paper to clean up her mess and flush it down the toilet. It left a stain on the floor, but it was dirty to begin with, so whatever. I'd even wet a towel and cleaned her face. Even then, she showed no signs of waking up. Some of it was on her hair and clothes, but I figured it would be best if she took care of that herself.
ちえみちゃん
朝
The first hint of consciousness so far today.
ちょっと出ておくから
Without waiting for a response, I walked to the entrance. She'd have to take a shower and change and all that, so I'd kill time outside. I stepped into my still damp shoes with my bare feet. My socks were in the washing machine with the towel she gave me to wipe my legs, and reached for the doorknob. I opened the door and was greeted by a gust of wind. The raindrops gathered on the leaves of the tree next to the building flew right into my face, making me grimace. The rain from last night was already over. The sky was pretty clear, but despite that, I noticed the visibility of my surroundings was poor. The building was surrounded by leaves. The old structure was basically buried in a forest of trees about as tall as itself. There were branches poking into the exposed hallway. It almost felt like they'd reach out and grab me if I wasn't careful. I kinda felt like I was in an overgrown ruin. I turned around and saw the room and Chiemi just as I left them. Yep, it was all real. The cats! Hiei Rin, welcome to the stream. I closed the door. There were other rooms in this building, which made me wonder if they were occupied. Hell, I wondered the same thing about the area in general. I pushed the branches aside to see if there were other buildings nearby. Suddenly, something entered my vision. It didn't feel right. Something that shouldn't have been there. The leaves I moved revealed a woman clad in curious clothing. The moment I recognized her as such, she opened her closed eyes. Did our eyes meet? Another strong wind. I shielded my face from the spray of raindrops. When I looked outside again, the woman was nowhere in sight. Was that an illusion? If not, then what? What kind of place was this? It could have been a real Hicksville, a marginal village, a bunch of actual ruins, or an illegal settlement. I had some theories, but I set them aside for now. It seemed like a place worth exploring regardless. I went down the stairs and found no sign of the woman, or anyone else for that matter. A short distance away from the building, I turned around and sure enough, it was pretty much covered in trees. I went to the place where I saw the woman. There were footprints in the grass here. Maybe I'd find her if I followed them? They led me to an open area. It was unused, but it looked like someone was trying to do something with it. Was it supposed to be a construction site? Even if it was clearly abandoned. There were large rocks and a lot of sediment near a prefab. From what I could tell, there had been a giant landslide which forced them to stop construction. The fact that plant growth was still minimal meant that it happened fairly recently. The footprints seemed to be going down the hill next to the site. Following them, I finally saw something that could be called civilization. There was a set of paddy fields with houses nearby, so this actually was a settlement? What a relief. I decided to keep following the footprints and approached the settlement. I came across another unpaved path that was clearly used by people and cars. It was lined with weeds and bushes reaching up to my waist. It was home to caterpillars and grasshoppers, among other things. Spiders were no exception. There was no shortage of insects there, so it was a good place for a net. I wasn't particularly scared of spiders, but I didn't like them either. At least, they were just harmless orb weavers. Regardless, I avoided these bushes just in case, and followed the path like the good city boy I was. There was a large boulder surrounded by grass. It was strangely tall, making it look like it was put there by people. On its dewy surface, there was a gray tree frog, ready to go after the many insects scattered about. I walked a bit further and came across a house with a small field nearby. The field's location made it safe to assume it belonged to the inhabitants. If there were inhabitants, anyway. I couldn't see anyone, and just like always, there was grass everywhere. There was another boulder standing next to the house. This one was obviously placed there by human hand. What was the point? Was it a monument or something? The footprints continued into the field. The wet mud on the field was full of small, young, but healthy-looking rice plants. If you ignored the standing boulders in the area, the place looked like a normal farming village. I was both relieved and worried at the same time. From what I saw, there wasn't any other buildings besides the ones in this settlement. Everything beyond was just mountains, meaning that this place was completely isolated. And I was a complete outsider. There was no way things would go well if I ran into a random local. I belatedly crouched to hide myself a bit. It was probably best for me to go back. Shiemi might have been looking for me. Suddenly, this is long. It's like a whole song. I heard a sound. I looked for its source and found a speaker on a wooden utility pole in the middle of a small plaza. A morning broadcast? I'd never heard this tune before. It was cheerful at first, but had some parts that seemed really dark. I found it unsettling. Perplexed, I stopped walking, and what happened next made me hide myself. There was a person in the area densely surrounded by houses, but they weren't normal. What was with that appearance? What was that on her face? Though I was a fair distance away, I could see an old woman with some sort of cloth over her face shakily walk out from between the buildings. Oddly enough, there were boulders even there. But even weirder was the fact she walked up to one of them, lightly joined her hands, and bowed her head before it, her face still hidden. Then all was silence. It actually looked like she was revering it. To me, it looked like she was praying to it. This was bad. Really bad. I'd wandered into a settlement with a unique culture, to put it lightly. Forget causing trouble. An outsider like me could get killed here. I just turned around and ran for it. I dashed up the hill, past the house, through the construction site, until I arrived back at the apartment building. Chiemi looked like a relatively reasonable person. Maybe she could tell me what was up? It just hit me the way she described this place was somewhat weird. She basically said it wasn't normal.
あるいはちえみちゃんが恐るべき殺人鬼で僕を酔っ払わせてぶっ殺す。
はあ、ヤマンバいいね。ブッシュブッシュ殺しちゃう。
No way. What if she was actually the bait they used to lure all outsiders here? Eventually, the broadcast stopped. Chiemi still hadn't come out of her room. She didn't respond, even when I knocked or called out to her. I didn't have to worry about this, right? That just made my inexplicable unease grow worse. Inexplicable unease grow worse. What if this was a trap? Was I in a dangerous situation? I had to talk to her. If she was a normal person, anyway. Maybe my best option was to run away right now? I wouldn't know where to run. I couldn't remember the path we'd taken here. Though I was pretty sure we'd went uphill, so maybe I had to go down? If I avoided the settlement and went back to the mountain stream, I could escape by following the wild roads. That was my best option, even with the difficulties considered. Thankfully, I'd taken my bag with me. I took out a 5,000 yen note and put it in Chiemi's newspaper box. It was payment for last night's beer. The moment I turned around to take my leave, the door to the room next to the staircase opened slightly with a creak. I saw an eye glaring at me through the gap. Her high-pitched scream pierced my eardrums. I screamed too, scared shitless, and ran for it. Suddenly I stepped onto the wet hallway floor at a bad angle. I fell. Thud, thud, thud.
はるちゃんどうした？
ああ、誰このおっちゃん。
あなた誰ですか？っていうか大丈夫ですか？
The reasonable sounding voice prompted me to shake off the pain and raised my head. There were two boys in formal-looking school uniforms.
大丈夫ですか？
He repeated the question.
ああ、ちょっと驚いただけで。
おっちゃん、ちえねえの友達？
Chiene.
ああ、ちえみちゃんのことか。
大学のお知り合いですか？お知り合いが来るなんて聞いてなかった。
いや、いろいろあって助けられたんだ。怪しいものじゃないんだ。怪しく見えるだろうけど。
怪しいな、おっちゃん。
どうすればいいのかな。とりあえず名前は久石春明と言います。
僕は織部安永です。こっちは鴨志田近持。
モッチーだ。
Good to know. If I called him that, maybe he'd stop calling me old man. I was only 24.
それでこっちが。春ちゃん何してんの？
だって知らない人が。
Apparently, this Haru-chan was the person who'd looked at me through the gap in the door and screamed.
とりあえず大丈夫そうだから出ておいでよ。
A moment later, she slammed the door shut, and after a few more moments of hesitation, opened it again. Whoa. She looked like a student too, except her fashion sense was exceptionally flashy.
あなた誰ですか？
久石春明と言って、この近くでバイクで事故って芹沢千恵美さんに助けられたんだ。
それってもしかして昨日の夜ちえねえの部屋に。
あ、うん、 止めてもらった。
She cut my words short with her ear-piercing shriek.
通りで騒がしかったと思った。何考えてるの？嫁入り前の女性の家に不潔。
ああ、うん。それはその通りで、僕もちょっと躊躇はしたんだけど、ちえみちゃんが親切で。
ちえみちゃん？あれなれしい。それじゃあもしかしてちえ姉が出てこないのって。ドアに5000円挟んであるじゃん。
夫妻さん、まさか。
違う。単に昨日お酒をおごられたからそのお返しで。
ちえ姉の体が5000円ってそんな安いわけないでしょ。ただれてるな。
The hell were these kids saying?
ああ、君助けてくれないか。
初対面で女性の部屋でお酒を飲んだんですか？そして知恵姉は出てこない。
Crap, I had no allies here.
一体何事？
And so, the subject of the conversation joined in.
おお、ちえみちゃん、君からも事情を説明。
Something was off about her aura. What happened to the lively girl she'd been yesterday?
知恵姉、まさか。
恥ずかしいとこを見られちゃった。
いや、ちょっと待って、ちょっと。
もう嫁いけない。
Man, what a mess. Though Chimi's face was all pale, she was actually grinning. She obviously had a bad hangover, but that didn't stop her from messing around. After calming everyone down, Chimi explained what actually happened. How we met in the middle of the night. How she let me stay out of goodwill. How we drank ourselves silly, and how nothing happened between us.
いやー、久々に深酒しちゃって思いっきり吐いちゃったよ。春明さん、お見苦しいとこ申し訳ない。
ああ、いや、それはいいんだけど。
非常識。
ああ、うん、申し訳ない。昨日は本当に疲労困憊でね、つい好意に甘えてしまったんだ。
まあちえねえだしな、雑把だよな。
事情も事情だし、年寄りたちも納得するかな。ちなみに会ったのってどこです？
それはね、
下の方の河原だよ。
My words made everyone change their expressions.
それはちょっと。
大騒ぎだ。2日連続で2人もだなんて。
もしかしてまずいこと言った？
はあ、まあいずれバレることよ。さっきあれだけ大騒ぎしちゃったから休みず中に知れちゃったろうし。
君、2日連続で2人もって何のこと？
触らないで、汚い。
I wasn't trying to touch her, and I wasn't filthy. Sure, I hadn't had a bath in over a day, but still.
君、何が騒ぎになるの？
タエバあたりが拒否ってなる。
Well, that sure sounded bad.
詳しい話を聞かせてくれない？
ちょっと説明は難しいんですけど、まあここは田舎なんで町といろいろ違うってことですよ。
This guy here was Oribe-kun. Ignore Chiemi, and he was the easiest person to talk to.
どうすればいいかな？
まあちえみがなんとかしましょう。学生諸君はとりあえずご飯行かないと。
この混乱には乗るっきゃない。
乗るっきゃなくないもっち。とりあえず行っちゃいな。私らちょっと遅れていくから。
まあちょっと時間ずらした方がいいよね。揉めそうだし。
さすがやすくん、察しがいいぞ。ごめんけど2人のおもりよろしくね。
もうちえねえ、子供扱いはやめてよ。そうだ、うんこしてやるぞ。
ほらほら行くぞ、モッチーにはるちゃん。
And so the students walked off towards the stairs. It was kinda easy to tell what sort of relationship they had. Anyway,
彼らがこの建物の他の住人？
そういうこと。学生寮だからね、ここ。
a student dorm? In this Hicksville? Still, my senses had betrayed me. There actually were other people here.
ちなみに春明さん、他の人と出会ってトラブったりしてないよね。
うん。一応それ警戒してたから。
ならよかった。よし、ちょっとしたら食堂に行きましょう。
あ、朝食？
の朝食は今から食べてください。食堂へは一応面通しをしに行くの。
え、誰と？
よそ者が皿長からやってきたってことに文句を言いそうな人たち。
Oh, so like that Taeba person. Huh.
お世話になります。
いいってことです。その代わり朝のことは秘密で。
そりゃもちろん。ところで皿長って何？あの河原？
そう、皿長の瀬っていう川だけど、あの辺まとめて皿長って呼ぶの。ちょっと曰くのある場所でね。
曰く？
うん、あの川は汚れていて死人が帰ってくるみたいな伝説がね。
Where the dead return from the other side? So that's why they'd reacted like that.
他にもその手のルールというか、しきたりみたいなのが？
たくさんあります。なので基本ちえみちゃんにお任せを。
Gladly, on all fronts.
ちなみに身の危険とかは？
ないない。でもいろいろ不愉快な思いをする前に早く出て行けた方がいいかも。
そのための根回しに行くと？
そうそう。
The settlement I'd strayed to was a weird place, but at least the guide was reliable. And she wanted me to leave ASAP, huh? That was depressing. I guess he'd gotten a little attached to her. Chiemi gave me some cup ramen for breakfast. She boiled the water in a small electric kettle. The girl herself was too hungover to eat anything. I did take the opportunity to pay her back for last night's drinks in person, though. Then, we made our way to the dining hall. That sounds like I'm in danger. Uh-oh.
一応お守りみたいなもの？昔からあるよ。
よそでは見たことないよ。
ああ、言われたらそうかも。
She led me along a narrower path than I'd followed earlier. It didn't seem like any cars used this one. It was very farmy, I guess. This area was also littered with those boulders. Some were cracked, broken, or half buried in the fields. They were clearly religious symbols, but it didn't look like they were that important these days. Or were they? Now that I knew I was safe, I once again became curious about this place.
人だ。
He was working on the field.
たくみ兄ちゃんだ。おはよ
Chiemi waved her hand. The man responded, but then froze
う。
midway.
じゃあ行きましょう。
He noticed me.
いいの？多分あの人、僕の存在に驚いたんじゃ。
大丈夫。どうせ後で食堂に来るから説明はその時にするってことで。
Well, if she said so. As an outsider, I had no choice but to rely on her. This was the part of the village I saw this morning, where the buildings were more densely packed. I didn't notice it back then, but it was actually kind of weird. Basically, it felt desolate. The wooden bungalows in particular were more or less overgrown, buried in tall grass and other greenery. If this was all I saw of the village and someone told me about it was abandoned, I'd have easily believed them. However, two of the buildings stood out. There was a hall right beyond the hill, It wasn't that big, but it looked grand and well maintained. The other building was obviously the dining hall. It looked a bit dirty, but I could tell there were people inside. From what I could tell, it was the most lively place in this poor excuse for a community. Suddenly, the three students walked out chatting about something.
あ、知恵ねと夫妻さん。
サイドおはよう。ちょっと遅くない？
モッチーがバカなことばっか言って遅くなっちゃったんだもん。そうだ、僕が悪だ。味噌汁をよこせ。
まあ早足なら間に合うでしょう。みんなしっかり勉強しといで。
Half dashing, the three ran up the path we came from.
みんな高校生なんだ。
そう、山をぐーっと登ったところに分校があるんだ。私も3年前まで通ってたな。
やたら不便だね。
それでもみんなあの寮に住める分優遇されてるんだけど。
Chiemi was entirely straight-faced. There wasn't even a hint of a smile.
さあ、気合を入れて入りましょう。
そうしましょ
気合入んない。
We laughed a little and passed the curtain.
いらっしゃい。あら。
The inside was aged as the outside, but it looked well maintained.
ちえみちゃん、お客さん？
The hostess-looking lady asked. Though somewhat aged and fatigued, she was definitely beautiful. There were two others beside her. One was a lady in her 70s or 80s. She was probably the one I saw this morning. The silhouette matched. The other was a man who seemed a bit younger than her, probably in his late 60s. He's ripped! Why is his, thing just open like that, too? Though they were just sitting there, there was a menacing aura about them.
紹介するね。房石春明さん。昨日の晩、皿長で迷ってたのを千恵美が保護しました。
Their reactions were powerful. Oh my god, their faces. This guy's eyes, especially. The lady gasped, while the two elders rose to their feet with alarm. The tension that was already there the moment I walked in reached its peak. Hold on, wait. What did she say again? And took him into my care. Found him in Saranaga, okay.
気にするのもわかるけど、これは単なる偶然です。
So it's about Saranaga, right? That's why they're shocked?
あの子と違って、この人は素性が明らかだし、バイクで旧道に突っ込んで事故ったって非常に気の毒な事情もある。
Unlike that little girl. So the last person who came from Saranaga was a little girl. Dude's been drinking fight milk.
そんなわけで、我々としてはこの人がちゃんと帰れるように手伝ってあげるのがいいと千恵美は思います。どうですか、皆様方。
After saying all that, Chiemi felt silent. The ball was in their court now.
まあ、それは大変。
The lady voiced a harmless opinion, careful not to upset the old people. It was pretty clear who was in charge. They were elders in more ways than one.
ちいちゃんはなんで夜に皿長なんぞ言っとったかね。
虫の知らせかな。前の日にあんなことあったし、眠れなかったから。
そいじゃやっぱり読み人じゃないんかね。
やめ、タエバ。
Taeba. So she's Taeba. She called him a yomibito. From the conversation, it was pretty clear that something had happened before I arrived here. It was probably similar to what happened with me. She'd mentioned some little girl. Perhaps there was a child who wandered here, just like I did. According to Chiemie, the Saranaga Rapids were a place of significance around here. It was a place from which dead people came to life or whatever. The Yomibito. Oh, so this Tae must have been the lady that Boyd mentioned. And the Yomibito must have been a term for the dead who came from there. Apparently, The primary goal here was convincing these elders to approve helping me.
おい、どっから来た？
The old man's voice put my derailed mind back on track.
あ、はい、東京です。
いくつじゃ？
年は24です。
地位より上じゃが。
He chuckled. I immediately realized he was taking a jab at me for hiding behind a younger girl.
申し遅れました。房石春明です。芹沢さんにも紹介された通り、バイクで事故って迷い込みました。どうやら僕は、ここでは異分子のようで、変なことを言ったりしたりして、皆さんに迷惑かけたくないなと。それで、芹沢さんに紹介をお願いしたんですが、僕から改めてお願いします。すぐ出て行きますから、それまでは僕の存在を多めに見ていただけないかと。それと、僕を助けてくれた芹沢さんを責めないであげてください。
春明さん。
おそらく芹沢さんは、ここの常識を外れたところで僕を助けてくれたんだと思うんです。学生たちもみんな驚いてた。
まあ。
これでも大人です。自分の責任は自分で取りますし、皆さんにかけた迷惑は可能な限り償います。ですので、どうかお願いします。
I bowed my head.
ちゃんとしとる、タイバ
あたしゃすかんわね。こんなに髪茶色に染めてから。
Shit. I forgot I didn't look very presentable to more traditionalist people.
ー。よそは皆こうよ。はよう返せばええ。
ほいじゃ好きにしなさいね。
I guess I got their half-hearted approval?
春明。春か。うちの孫も春じゃ。紛らわしい。
He thinks it's confusing that his name is Haruaki and that girl is Haru. So they're related.
あ、もしかして
そう、春ちゃんのおじいさんの牧島勘三さんよ。
どうも。
I didn't know what else to say. Haru-chan and I weren't on the best of terms so far. Anyway, it seemed like we were past the difficult part.
皿長に突っ込んだか。
いえ、コンビニで道を聞いた後、脇道に入って未舗装になったところで滑り落ちて、横転し。
で、皿長登ったか。なぜ途中で引き返さねえ。
He wasn't impressed by my choice of actions. It just hit me that I had no idea how much time passed between the crash and my meeting with Chiemi.
わしと匠で見てきちゃる。
匠は他を見よるわよ。
タイバー、追い出す思うて手伝わせ。
カンちゃんはいっつもそうね。
ばあちゃん、おやっさん、どうした？
We're joined by a new inhabitant.
ちえみ、こいつは？
あ、匠兄ちゃん。
Oh, so this is Takumi? He's also, like, pretty beefy. Look at those biceps. Oh, so he was the one we saw on the field. Wow, he sure looked big from up close. All that field work was good for his muscles, clearly. And from what I could tell, he was in his 30s. As Chiemi introduced me and told him of my situation, I found out his name, Takumi Muro.
ああ、そいつは災難だったな。ああ、おやっさん。
わしとお前で拾う。
だな。ばあちゃん、こいつ助けっからちょっと待っててな。もう農薬は巻き終わってるから、いるから草刈るわ。
匠は優しいね。
こんなもんなんでもないって。すぐ何もなかったようにできるからよ。
Does he just do all of the work?
そうね。
Nothing, huh?
お兄ちゃんや。
え、僕ですか？はい。
ここは休みず言うてね。あんまりええ場所じゃないんよ。
It was a place that wasn't good? Not my presence here?
あたしらもよそのもんが ゃ苦手だし、よそのもんも触れんがええ。じゃからはよ出てお行き。
はい、そのつもりです。
But did he skip leg day?
話はついた感じだ。
Can't see his legs.
ありがとう匠兄ちゃん。
I was beginning to understand how things worked here. Although Kanzo Makishima's voice was the most powerful here, it was also important to get Tai-san's approval. Kanzo-san was probably in charge of tackling the settlement's practical problems, while Tai-san provided spiritual and moral direction. And when it was time to be civilized, Takumi-san came and convinced Tai-san, acting as an intermediary. It looked like Takumi-san himself understood such subtleties, and Chiemi seemed to rely on this side of him.
はい、ここらで一つどうぞ。
The lady brought some tea to the old folk. Perfect timing.
おお、香織さん。俺には飯頼むぜ。
So that was her name.
朝早くからお疲れ様でした。大盛りにしますからね。
なーに、安水とばあちゃんと香織さんのためならへでもねえよ。
まあ。
These two sure seemed to get along. They looked about the same age, too.
さあ、お客さんもご飯にされます？
あ、いえ、いただいてきたので。
それじゃあお茶をどうぞ。おにぎりでもお出ししましょう。
ああ、それはそれは。
ごめんなさい。ちょっと急ぎで電話借りていいかな、香織さん。
Oh, the phone. They have a phone? Oh?
それはいいけど、お茶くらいは。
ありがとう。でもほんと緊急だから。行こう、春明さん。
Is the tea sus?
うん。
It didn't look like I could say no. We went up the nearby stairs to what seemed like a living space. At the end of the creaky hallway, there was a black rotary phone, a rarity in this day and age.
これがここ、安水唯一の電話だから。
Seriously?
ちなみに、携帯電話はどのキャリアも通じませんので。
そうなのか。でもどこに電話しろって？
ロードサービスとか保険とか、あと必要なら家族にも連絡。
Oh, that made sense. Hell, I should have been the one to say that.
さっきも言ったけど、できるだけここを早く出られた方がいいから、使えるものは何でも使いましょう。
よそ者が歓迎されない場所だから？
そういうことです。
それ以上の詮索は無用と。
春明さんはとっても察しがいい。それはいいことだと思う。ただ好奇心もとっても強く見える。
バレたか。
バレますとも。でも正直あんまりいろいろ首突っ込まない方がいいかも。
どうせすぐに別れるんだし。
その通り。
なんだか寂しいな。
お、ちえみちゃんのメアド御所も
くれるならぜひ。
やったー、これで男友達53人目。
テンションガタ落ちですわ。
We still went on to exchange our info. I could only hope that being number 53 wasn't as big a problem as it sounded.
それはともかく、個人的興味で言えば何が問題になってて、どんな背景があるのか知りたいのだけど。
おすすめしないな。
なぜかな。
私が不愉快になるから。
あんまり故郷が好きじゃない？
うん。正直嫌い。
ここの人とは仲良さそうに見えるけど。
ああ、それは見えるだけですね。私相当の問題児だったんで、ご年配方とは結構気まずいよ。それにパッと見はわからないいろんなしがらみもあるし、まあ住人自体はそんなに嫌いじゃないけどね。
With that, I decided to stop prying about this place any further. I'd back away before she came to hate me.
あ、でも一つだけ聞いていい？
いい度胸。何かな？
室匠さんのこと好きだったりする？
え？私が？
うん。
さすがにそれはないな。匠兄ちゃんかっこいいけど、ごつすぎるし10以上年違うし、対象外です。それに、匠兄ちゃんは昔から香織さん一筋だし。
やっぱそうなんだ。結婚してるわけじゃないの？
うん。香織さん未亡人だから。
Oh. Well, that seemed complicated. That aside, Chiemi had been acting a bit strange. Why had she dragged me away from the tea? It seemed so awkward, too. Assuming she hadn't been jealous of Kaori-san and didn't want her to charm me, it would mean that she just hadn't wanted me to drink the tea. Why? Also, why'd she feed me cup ramen if I could have just gotten food at the dining hall? Looking too deep into things was part of my nature, though things were never as bad as I assumed. I went on to call my insurance company, where I found out something. Apparently, this village was hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest service station, meaning I was ineligible for the normal service and had to pay extra. And the extra was no small amount, too. It actually went over 100,000 yen. Oof. Also, I could have avoided this if I'd taken a more expensive plan. This was all my own fault for not taking the bike salesman's advice. Shit. I said I would consider it and hung up. Then I went back to the dining hall.
あれ、おじいさんたちは。
Maybe he should just pay the, like, 1,000+ bucks. Come on. The customers had changed completely. Tae-san, Kanzo-san, and Takumi-san were gone now. They were replaced by a caricature of a juvenile delinquent. Whoa. He shouted at me. He seemed like he was trying too hard. He then slammed his bowl and chopsticks on the table and stood up to intimidate me.
夫妻師春明です。
あめてんのか。
まあ義継、初対面の方になんて口の利き方を。
Is he her son?
うるせえババ。
Oh, he definitely is.
そいつ誰だよ。
バイクで事故った旅行者の春明さん。
Boy, was that introduction half-assed.
改めて、こちら織部香織さんと次男の義継くん、安永くんが長男ね。
え、安永くんって朝の彼？
They're related? Yasukun. Like the guy with the glasses?
そう、よく見たら似てるでしょ。
Huh? The Oribes. What an unpredictable family.
兄貴のこと言ってんじゃねえよ。うぜんだよ。うっしゃ。
そう言われてもな、モテちゃうからな、ちえ姉ちゃんは。
And from what I'd seen, that confidence was well justified.
とっとと町へ戻っちまえ、バカ女。
どうしよう春明さん、バカは否定できないかも。
なんと
You need to leave. Now here, drink this tea. Yeah, I'd book it out of there. $1,000 be damned, yeah.
ひどい。
言ってやろうぜ、義継くん。バーカバーカ。
なんなんだよてめえ。死ねバカにしてんじゃねえよ。
You're pretty conflicted, aren't you?
ごめん、ちえみちゃん。本心じゃないんだ。
おお、見事な連続手のひら返し。このちえみをあっけに取られさせるとはなかなかやるな、春明さん。
ちえみちゃんには負けないぜ。
付き合ってんのかてめえら。
Boy, did I wish. Oh.
いい加減になさい義継。とうに遅刻でしょ。着替えて学校。
She looks so angry.
うるせえ。行かねえよ。
Mumbling something, the kid walked out of the dining hall, leaving his half-full bowl behind.
ごめんなさいね。
お恥ずかしいところを。
根は素直ないい子なんですけどね。
Yeah, I could actually see that somewhat.
あ、ところで牧島さんとムロさんは？
あ、もうバイク拾いに出ましたよ。
まずい、追いかけないと。
場所は分かってるみたいだったし大丈夫じゃない？
いや、一応ニュートラルにすれば押せるけどさ、操作わかるのかな。あとさすがに手伝うべきでしょ。作業が非効率になっちゃまずいし。
その程度なら手出しはやめときましょう。
なんで？
取りも直さず春明さんがよそ者だからです。長時間一緒に歩くのはちょっとおすすめできない。
問題になりそうな人たちには思えなかったけど。
そりゃあ2人とも大人だから。でも基本的にこの知恵みほどオープンな人はここにはそうそういないからね。春明さんは平気かもだけど、一緒にいると向こうがストレス溜めるかもしれない。ただでさえ今普通じゃないから。
まあそうね、任せろと言われたら手出しをしない方がいいでしょうね。
そうなんですか。
ええ、安水には安水のやり方がある。男の人たちはそれにこだわるから。
I could somewhat understand that. A visitor should behave like one. Doing anything more would be uncalled for. It was an old-fashioned way of thinking, but this was an old-fashioned kind of place for sure.
じゃあどこで待とうか。
うちに戻って待ちましょう。
Expected as much, but it still made me curious. Normally, you'd expect we'd sit around and drink some tea right here, so why didn't we? As we waited, Chiemi, casually but uncomfortably, told me several things. First, I found out that the people here in Yasumizu were a bit on edge right now. The reason for that was the fact that, excluding me, they had 3 whole outsiders here. I'd assumed this myself from what I knew so far, but apparently yesterday morning, a little girl was found straying around the Sarananga Rapids. They couldn't even find out her name, let alone who her parents were, so they didn't know how to handle her. For now, one of the inhabitants was looking after her. Like I'd been told, the more superstitious inhabitants, Tai-san mostly, saw her as a bad omen. I suggested leaving her to the police, but Chiemi didn't seem to think it was a good idea. It barely made sense to me, but if I were to believe her, things around here were such that not even the cops could do anything. And apparently, the remaining 2 outsiders were a pair of journalists gathering info for a magazine article. Unlike the little girl and I, they'd come here via the normal route, through Kamifujioshi, and therefore weren't considered a bad omen or whatever. Still, even normal outsiders put the people here on edge. Through this talk, I also got some details about the area itself. Yasumizu was a settlement part of an autonomous region called Fujioshi Village, or simply Fujioshi. So there's Kamifujioshi here. Yasumizu. Pine, a cliff, a mountain road, River Saranaga. Did he go past Yasumizu and then off the cliff? Oh, he didn't actually fall off a cliff. He just... It also been on the map I'd been shown at the store. Fujioshi was split into 2 areas, Yasumizu and Kamifujioshi. They were separated by a mountain. Going to Kamifujioshi took about an hour by foot, or 20 minutes by car on the winding but paved road. Side note, the school the students went to was in Kamifujioshi. These 2 settlements had ties so strong, they shared customs and culture. Chiemi said the local seasonal events were quite unconventional. I asked her to elaborate, but all she would say was that Yasumizu had special meaning to Fujioshi. She was making me more suspicious than I wanted to be. This conversation wasn't nearly as exciting as the one we had last night. Well, At least I found out she didn't have a boyfriend right now. Very intriguing. It was nearly noon when Takumi-san came back, ending my waiting game. Side note, the door was fully open the entire time we waited. It was probably Chiemi's way of saying that nothing bad was happening here.
バイクってのはおめえもんだな、おやっさん。
去年取ったし仕事じゃねえ。
I really didn't expect them to just carry it here. Like, sure, there were two of them, but just how much mass did you have to haul a 200-kilogram piece of metal so easily? The unpaved road and the river made my sweet ride really damn muddy.
どうやってあの崖を上げたんです？
滑車があんだよ。たまに下から物を引き上げなきゃなんねえから。
おい、匠。
と、余計なこと言ってる場合じゃねえ。これ大丈夫なのか？だいぶ水に浸かっちまったみてえだけど。
どうかな。見てみます。
じゃああとは任すぜ。おやっさん、結構かかっちまったから研ぎ直しは明日まで待ってもらえっか。
I saw them off with a loud thank you. Now then.
手伝おっか？
とりあえず一人でなんとかなるかやってみるよ。
The worst part of the repairs was right at the beginning. I wanted to start by washing it, but that old lady, Tai Yamawaki was her full name, got really mad at me. She didn't want any Saranaga mud on the ground here because it was corrupt or something. But this plaza was the only place with easy access to a water supply tap, so I did my best and convinced her to let me wash it as close to the edge as possible. Once it was clean, I could start checking what was wrong with it. It actually looked pretty good, bent in places sure, but the wash got rid of the bad sound the wheels made. The only problem was that both tires were flat, and it was a pretty big one.
道具とか持ってきてないの？普通バイク旅行とかって持ってくるもんじゃないの？
いざとなればロードサービス呼べばいいかな的なノリだったんで。
不準備。
いや、返す言葉もない。正直やけくそで出発したから冷静でもなかったのかも。
お？事情を聞いてほしそう。
彼女に振られたんだよ。
なんか嘘っぽいな。
It wasn't.
それはともかく、タンク修理道具か。野里屋敷ならあるかもしれないな。
野里屋敷？
安水で一番大きなお家。野里屋敷にないものは安水にはないよ。
なるほど。じゃあそこの人にお願いしに行こ
う。実はあんまり会うのはおすすめできないんだけど、背に腹は変えられないか。
また偉い人が登場？
その上ちょっと人格的にね。
Oh, he's got like a warped personality. And so, we walked up the hill and arrived at this so-called Nosato mansion. From what I could tell, it was located at the highest point in the settlement. And like Chiemi said, it was definitely a hell of a building. It had an elegant Western design, which would probably look even better if the place were better maintained. The yard was overgrown, and the building itself was pretty much buried in ivy and small trees. If someone told me it was cursed, I'd instantly believe them. Did people actually live
イン
here?
ターホン生きてるかな？
She pressed a button next to the aged iron gate. Yasumizu was a quiet place, so I could hear the bell ring inside.
もう一度押そうか？
やめとこ。何度も鳴らすと心象悪いから。
そんなに気難しい人なの？
そうね。気難しい。いい表現だ。
I wasn't sure what she meant, but I opted to just wait rather than ask more questions. Soon enough, the person in question walked out of the mansion.
なんだ？誰だ？
He wasn't young, but he didn't look middle-aged either. He certainly looked high-strung, that much was sure.
どうも野里さん、芹沢です。
知っている。芹沢千恵美。そっちの青年は存じ上げないがね。
春明さん、こちら野里清之助さん。清之助さん、事故車の久石春明さんです。
That introduction was the briefest one yet.
なんだって
I explained the situation again. He furrowed his brow when I mentioned the Saranaga, in addition to the reason we were here.
というわけで、早々にここから出ていくためにも修理道具をお持ちだったら貸していただけないかと。
タイヤはチューブですかね。
Huh?
一応パッチもあるがね、チューブタイヤだったら素人には難しいんじゃないのか。できるならいいがね。なあ、チューブがバーストしてたら交換するしかないが、替えはさすがに持っておらんよ。譲る義理もないがね。
すみません。ちょっとそのあたりあんまり詳しくないまま乗っちゃったんで。
ちょっと話にならんね。おとなしく何十万高の勉強料を払って拾ってもらうのをおすすめしよう。
I think he's right. Oh, I had no retort to that.
野里さん、多分ですけど、今の時期これ以上よその車がここに入るとか良くないんじゃないですか。
はあ、君は間違いりだろう。未だにそんなもの信じてるのかね。
私はともかくじいさまばあさま方がちょっとここ数日やたら外来者多いですし。
休みずの連中の事情は知らんよ。
Yasumizu peasants?
え、油まみれになってパンク修理しろと。
いや、そこまでなくても藤吉の長者として困ってるマロードを助けるのにお力添えをいただけないかと。
He's the Fujiyoshi village head.
困った時だけ長者を頼るのではなく、休みず流のもてなしでもしたらどうかね。崖から突き落とすんだったか。ん？
Whoa, what the hell?
いや、そんな言っちゃダメですよ。
Chiemi's tone was slightly off. I could feel a bit of irritation between her words.
本当お恥ずかしい限りなんですが、なんとかしてみるんで道具だけ貸してもらえませんか。
なんだと？
道具やらキットやら仮に入るだけで作業は別のところでしますから、もちろんお代は払います。
まあ構わんがね。下手に物を破損させたりしたら弁償してもらうぞ。学生だか知らんがきっちりしてもらう。
Then he pointed me to the garage and walked back to the mansion.
いやー、なんとかならない気がしてきた。チューブがバーストってなんだろう。
春明さんかっこ悪。
え？バイク乗りならスパナ1本で何でも修理してみせろと。
まあわかりませんけど、なんかそういうメカに強い感じ出したらグッとくる女は多いのでは。
じゃあ野里氏にはグッときたと。
いやー、どうせ知ったかぶりだから。あの人多分自分じゃ整備もできないよ。筋金入りの占り病態だし。
じゃあなぜバイクの整備用品なんて。
野里屋敷は上藤吉にある野里家のもっと大きいお屋敷からいらないものを運んで置いとくような場所らしくてね。5、6年前に清之助さんが単車買ってもらったけど、ろくに乗りこなせなくてお蔵入りにしたとか聞いたことある。
Damn. Damn, that was the countryside for you. Couldn't hide your shame if your life depended on it. Anyway, I now knew that man was the condescending, pretentious type. He still helped me out though, and it was true I didn't know much about bike repairs, so I couldn't really get mad.
さ、そうと決まれば使えそうなものは全部持ち出してやろうぜ。
さながら山賊のごとく乗った。私邪魔じゃないかな。
いや、適当に話してないと気がめいるんで、相槌打ってくれるだけでも助かる。
The instructions that came with the repair kit told me that my bike's tires were a rather difficult type to repair. Apparently, I had to remove the tires, but where do I even start with that? Well, as long as I didn't break it, nothing I did could be worse than having to call road service down here, so I just tried taking it apart. But as I removed whatever nuts I could, I made the situation even worse than it was. Yeah, this really wasn't a job for an amateur.
お兄さん大変そうね。ちえみちゃんもよかったら食べてね。
ありがとうございます。
なんか大事になってんな。機械っつうのはやっぱダメだな。
まあ壊れさえしなきゃ文明の利器は便利だけどね。
日暮れまでに治りそうかい？
厳しいかも。最悪なんとかするから安心して。
She was just talking with her mouth full. I really appreciated how she handled the visitors in my stead.
なあ知恵ね、バイクって免許簡単に取れんの？
どうだろう。原付なら簡単よ。私も持ってるし。
中型大型の二輪は結構めんどいよ。普通免許取るのと同じ学科講習もあるし。バイク好きなのかい？
ああ、関係ねえだろ。ちなみにそれいくらすんだよ。
これは新車で80万くらいかな。
Dang.
たっけはたっけバカ、どうやって貯めんだよ。
まあバイトとか頑張ったから。
そんな新車が事故ってなんて。春脇さん気の毒。
千恵美先生、さっきから気にはなってたんだけど、差し入れ僕の分は？
先生思わず全部食べちゃった。春脇さん気の毒。
I didn't want sympathy from the one responsible. As I told her off for not leaving me any food, I somehow removed the tires. I could only hope I'd be able to fix this up. I'd had this thing for less than a month, but the trouble it was putting me through made it feel somewhat dear to me. I wanted to fire it up again and make it go as fast as it could. Suddenly, I heard an engine. It felt like it was mocking me. Hold on, an engine? Here? I stopped working and turned around to see an unfamiliar van drive into the plaza. Barring the classic-looking piece of junk in Nosato's garage, this was the first time I'd seen a car here. As far as I knew, no one living here actually owned a running car, so...
さっき言った記者さんたちだね。
The journalists, they should help us out! I knew it. Once the van stopped, a lady stepped out of it.
こんにちは。
Oh, she's pretty.
どうも。今日もご迷惑をおかけします。これまで見ないお方ね。
どうも。自己春秋です。
Haruaki bike crash.
そこまで自虐的になんなくても。
Crap, that was no time for an inside joke. I quickly introduced myself properly.
ちょっとその辺で事故りましてね。ここに寄せてもらってます。
なるほど、学生さんね。事故は災難だったわね。ちなみに私はこういうものです。
Oh, is she gonna hand over a business card? The woman gave me her business card. Hisako Mamiya, a freelance writer. Her pen name was Kyuko Hose. She has a pen name?
ちなみに読んだことない？宝生9個の記事。
It's not Hose, it's Hosho.
すみません。
だよね。まだまだマイナーだし、そもそも記事載った雑誌、主婦向けとシニア向けだし。
それは難易度高いな。ちなみに何を書いておられるんです？
フードレビュー、変わった食品専門のね。
あれですか？世界で一番臭い缶詰とかそういう。
そうそう。まあシュールなんて今更ネタになんないから、国内に絞ってマイナーな珍味を探し歩いてるわけ。そんなわけで調理に変わった料理があるとか情報があったらぜひちょうだい。
ラボの後輩がキャンパス内で取ったキノコで豚汁作ったら集団幻覚が起きまして
思いつきと毒物は却下ね。
No drugs. As we chatted, I became curious.
そういえば取材の方はお二人とか。
もう一人いるわ。ちょっと降りてくるのに時間が。あ、来た来た。
I looked at the van and became completely awestruck. It felt like the van had shed its skin or something that made no sense, but seriously, how did this fit in there? Oh. He was a gargantuan. Takumi-san was something, but this man was on the level of a foreign heavyweight wrestler. Though, unlike Takumi-san, this man was primarily fat rather than muscle. As he walked out of the driver's seat, the van shook wildly.
写真家の橋本雄大さんよ。こちらは私よりもっとずっと有名。オールラウンドでご活躍中で、写真はきっと気づかないうちに何枚か目にしてるはずよ。
I didn't know much about photography, but I definitely was convinced. There was a certain kind of authority or gravity around him. He wasn't saying a word, and I couldn't tell what he was thinking.
どうもはじめまして。久石春明です。
Was he even alive?
どうも。
After a strange pause, he slowly bowed to me like the moving mountain he was, and greeted me with a voice like a titan. He seemed somewhat difficult to interact with.
今日で最終日でしたっけ？ええ、オリレさんが秘蔵の獅子慣れを開けてくださるってことなので。よその人に耐えられるかな。まあ、胃薬も持ってきてるから大丈夫でしょ。
And so, Mamiyashi and Hashimoto-shi walked off to the dining hall. Who would have thought that such a beauty was a delicacy hunter? I had to admit, that gap was kind of charming. As intrigued as I was, I couldn't waste any more time. I had to fix my bike already. Whoa! A lot of things had surprised me here in Yasumizu, but nothing as much as this. He
もしも
looks
し。
kind of like a zombie. No reaction. At first glance, he looked like a poor man too senile to think and perceive properly.
何かご用ですか？
I made sure to speak as clearly as possible. It didn't look like he understood. I figured it was best to just ignore him and resume the repairs, but I looked at him again. He was still just standing there like his soul and brain had left his body. A vacant stare, yellowed eyes, half-open mouth covered in saliva. He spoke again.
何が来るんです？
What? His voice was too hoarse to make out.
何ですって？
I placed my hand against my ear. He finally understood what I wanted and prepared to whisper something. I brought my ear closer and...
狼が来るぞ!
The sudden shout caught me completely off guard and made me fall to the ground. He looked down at me, laughing. He clapped and opened his half-toothless mouth into a wide smile.
狼が来るぞ! 狼が来るぞ!
He bent his body in a weird way, laughed like he was convulsing, turned around, and just left.
春明さん。遅かったか。
Chiemi had joined the journalists and only just came back.
何が遅かったと？
おじいちゃん、知らない人にはああやっていたずらするんだよ。
え、あれ、ちえみちゃんの？
いやいや、本名は知らないんだ。昔から休みずにいるおじいちゃんだけど、昔からあんな感じ。
He's just like a nameless grandpa.
ボケてるというか、ちょっとおかしいのか、あの人。
うん、みんな狼じじいって呼んでるけどね。
Everyone calls him the old man who cried wolf. Named after the boy who cried wolf, I assume. Doesn't work as well though.
狼ね
As far as I knew, there were no wild wolves in Japan. There used to be, but after the last sighting in either the Meiji or Showa era, they've been considered extinct here. Modern Japan's image of wolves came from Western fairy tales and the like. It wasn't linked to anything in our culture or life. I didn't know that. There are no wolves in Japan? Even the boy who cried wolf was a Western tale. Did his brand of insanity make him repeat the tale or something? A bit weirded out by the circumstances, I went back to repairing my bike. After a bit more time, I somehow took off the rubber from the tires and removed the tubes. Both tires were pierced by some really rusty nails. Fuck, this kind of stuff only happened at the worst of times. Then I applied the patches and filled them with air using a manual pump. Maybe they're only extinct in this game. You know, at the beginning they had that warning like, everything in this is fictional. I wet the tubes. There were no bubbles, meaning no air was leaving them. Things were looking good. After the high schoolers came back from school and passed by, no one else stopped to talk. Chiemi was looking a bit bored now.
なんとかなりそうかも
嘘あんなにダメっぽかったのに
悪かったねまあこれを組み立て直すって大仕事が残ってるけど
それが終わったら出発できそう
そうだね長居するとまずそうなのはよく分かったし
そうよかった
She didn't seem to care that much. Guess I had no chance with her, huh?
もう何時間も缶を詰めっぱなしでしょ大丈夫疲れてない
昼食休憩の機会が誰かさんに奪われたこともあってね
代わりにクラッカーをあげたじゃないですか
Like that was enough to sate a guy in his mid-20s.
まあ僕は大丈夫もう一頑張りする君ももう行っていいよ大体の人とは顔合わせしたような気がするし
多分あと2人会ってない人がいるかな
Really? Well, there was no real need to, right?
もうちょっといるよどうせ暇だから帰ってきたわけだしすることもないし
52人の男友達と遊ぶ選択肢はなかったの
全言撤回暇したいから帰ってきたの街暮らしは面倒も多くて52人からのメール攻めとかさ
そっか
ごめん52人は嘘
なんでそんな嘘を
春明さんに対する牽制
Why would she pull a tactic like that only to reveal her hand?
ねえ彼女に振られたって本当
And now she asked me that?
本当だって
そっか
Well, after that relentless assault, it wouldn't be fair unless I played my own card.
なんならこれ乗っていく
えこれって2人乗りなんだ
もちろん一応タンデム用のヘルメットも吊るしてきてるしまだ乾いてないけど僕はこのままここを出ていくからその便でちえみちゃんも外に出るのが都合良ければってことになるけどついでにロングツーリングしてみる時間さえあればどこへだって行くよ
Flexible, open to fine-tuning, wild, and charming. This was a good date invitation if I said so myself.
いいね素敵都合問題ないよ
Dang! Oh?
じゃあ荷物まとめてくるね
Jimmy smiled and turned around to head to her place. She then looked back at me and...
急いだ方がいいよ
はいはいもちろん
So wolves had been extinct in Japan for over 100 years? Ooh. They're right. Well, that made me motivated. This was one tiring trip, but at least I met someone good along the way. I'd just forget everything I didn't want to remember while on the road with her. I could only hope that clever girl and I would eventually grow closer. With that ulterior motive in mind, I resumed rebuilding the bike. After several failed attempts, I was finally making some good progress putting the bike back together. Afternoon had passed, and it was almost evening. At the rate I was going, I'd definitely be working while it was dark. Would that even be possible? It might be way past midnight by the time I was done. Jimmy might dump me for that. Man, life sure was hard. The plaza I'd worked in was now totally empty. There was no one around me. All I could hear was the wind, the frogs, and the tools in my hand. It was desolate, to say the least. I suddenly felt really weak. It made me keenly aware of being in a place I didn't belong, and that I was preparing to escape. It was an oppressive atmosphere, like the bars of a cage were slowly swinging shut. What's this, Haruaki? Think you're gonna get attacked or something? I tried to laugh it off, but it didn't work. As I became more conscious of my surroundings, I began to hear things that I hadn't noticed before. I heard a voice. Someone was singing. It wasn't an inarticulate little girl's voice. I stopped my work. Before I knew it, I'd put my tools down and gone looking for the source. Was I that starved for human presence? Or did the melee make me feel like I was in danger? Malaise? Malaise? I've never seen that word before. I walked down the hill to where the song came from. Passing the tall grass, I arrived. It was a strange sight. The field was covered in tall grass. There were countless rocks peeking out of it. Unlike the boulders all over Yasumizu, these were only up to my waist. They looked like gravestones. The field extended into the dusky western sky before ending at a cliff. This was the lowest spot in Yasumizu, the border to the Saranaga. There was a large pine right at the edge. The evening sun, the stones, and the pine's shadow gave the field a strange aura. A little girl who was running through it. Her steps were awkward. At this moment, this space was alien. It felt like I was looking at a Giorgio de Chirico painting. The place felt like it didn't belong in this world. Suddenly, I came to understand that this place was special. It was a sacred, mystical ground where no outsiders were welcome. The girl fell. I run to with no hesitation. The little girl. Help up. Half-crying little girl, muddy clothes, new graze on band-aid covered kneecap. I console little girl, push away, run. Someone appears. Girl saw once me. Girl weave incomprehensible phrase. Hide behind. Little girl. Fear and hostility. Eyes. Girl hug. Little girl warn me. Me girl behind. Me girl behind. Mist. Mist, mist, me, girl behind, mist, 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 mist. Oh, there's a lot of mist behind the girl. There's even more mist behind the girl. I turn around, run to where? In a daze, I came back to the plaza. Suddenly, Jamie shook me, bringing me back to my senses.
ごめん、すぐ作業に戻るから
何言ってるの？もうダメ、間に合わない。春秋さんも隠れて。
I couldn't understand what she was getting at.
何やってんだチエミ。とっとと部屋に戻れ。
でも春秋さんが。
ほっとけ、そんなよそ者。俺はおやっさんと他の連中んち回るから絶対戻れよチエミ。
I couldn't understand. What were these two doing? What scared them so much? It didn't take long for me to find out. I looked down the hill. From Saranaga beyond the field I'd just been in came a rising haze. It was so dense you could easily call it mist. It moved strangely like a living creature as it flowed into the plaza.
春秋さん、こっち。
Chiemi pulled me by the hand.
何がなんだか頭がなんだ頭が重いな。
There's a yokai story about Okuri Inu, the guiding dog slash wolf. It follows you when you are on mountain paths and eats you if you fall. Oh, that seems related because he was on a mountain path to get to this village.
今は我慢して。どこか鍵のかかるところに一人で入るの。出ないと死んじゃう。
どういうことなの？理由を。
お願い、春秋さん。今だけは言うことを聞いて。
Albeit hesitantly, I did as she said. We ran up the hill and crossed the rice field path until we made it to a simple outhouse.
ここならなんとか。
本当何事なんだ？確かにすごい霧だけど、そんな慌てることじゃ。
いい？春秋さん。詳しく説明してる時間はない。だから、お願いだから、今から言うことを絶対に守って。今から一晩、ここに入って、鍵をかけて、絶対に物音一つ立てないで。
It's nighttime, so you have to cover your eyes. It's like werewolf. My mind was pretty clear by this point, so much so that I began to wonder why it was clouded until now. Because of that, I could easily understand exactly what Chiemi just said, despite how weird it was. I could also see she was really desperate. So we hide in the outhouse.
またとんでもない指示が来たもんだ。
春秋さん。
言っとくけど相当な無茶ぶりだからね。ノルマクリアの暁には相当な見返りと説明を要求するから。
うん、いいよ。全部話す。だから今晩を生き延びて。
The words, the teary smile, none of it looked fake.
じゃあね。君も急ぐんでしょ？
うん。それじゃ、春秋さん。
何？
明日言うから。
Leaving me one hell of a homework assignment. Chimmy ran off. The plaza was covered in the mist by now. I could see it rising to take over the fields, too. Anyway, a promise was a promise. Other stories say it guides you when you are lost, and to release it, you must say thank you once you reach the end of the path. Huh. 10 minutes later, I began to wonder what I was doing. Was I really supposed to spend the night here? This outhouse wasn't like a prefab you'd find in construction sites. It was just a shack built by hand. It merely happened to have a toilet unit installed. It was Japanese style, so I couldn't even sit down. All I could do was stand. Another problem. It was the type of toilet that periodically had to be pumped empty, so the smell was really bad. Sure, there was a cover on the toilet unit, but without any kind of air freshener anywhere, the smell of ammonia could only do so much. The only good thing about being here was that if I had to go to the toilet, well, mission complete. But what of it? Again, was I really supposed to spend the night here? The question quickly made me realize how stupid this was, and I began making assumptions to make this easier for myself. Was I being pranked, or was everyone here just crazy? Hell, the mist had already filled the surroundings, and there was no way that this shabby outhouse protected me from it. The air here already felt misty and damp. The temperature here was low, so I could still bear it somewhat, but staying here all night would make me all wet. Again, I wasn't safe from the mist here. That considered, I'd probably be better off sleeping in the grass outside than staying here. The reasonable part of my mind urged me to stop playing along with these hicks. However,
今から一晩ここに入って鍵をかけて絶対に物音一つ立てないで。うんいいよ全部話す。だから今晩を生き延びて。
my sense of duty made it hard for me to break the promise I'd made to her. Actually, that wasn't quite true. I was more intrigued by the prospect of learning more about this place. Anyway, I took the time to compile what I'd found out today. This was the Yasumizu settlement, a special part of Fujiyoshi. It was situated right next to the Saranaga Rapids. The people living here were Chiemi Serizawa, Yasunaga Oribe, his family Kaori Oribe and Yoshitsugu Oribe, Chikamochi Kamoshida, Haru Makishima, her granddad Kanzo Makishima, Tae Yamawaki, Takumi Muro, Hyonosuke Nosato. It seemed like he was from Kamifujiyoshi, the place on the other side of the mountain, but for some reason he lived here now. And finally, the old man who cried wolf. Those were the 11 people I'd met, and Chiemi said I had 2 more left. That could only mean that the 2 I'd met by the pine were the ones. A little girl, she was probably the child that strayed into Saranaga yesterday morning. And then there was the fantastical looking, white-haired woman clad in strange clothing. She was probably the one I'd seen in the morning. The fact I'd seen her twice made it likely that she was indeed real, but with how mysterious this place was, I couldn't rule out the possibility that she was an illusion. According to Chiemi, the little girl was being looked after by someone in the village, so I could only assume that the white-haired woman was the one. If I counted the little girl, it would mean that Yasumizu had 13 inhabitants. Then there were the 2 journalists, Hisako Mamiya and Yudai Hashimoto. Add me to that, and you had a total of 3 outsiders, but I'd put that aside for now. Anyway, time for an assessment. Yesterday morning, the little girl strayed into Saranaga. To make it worse, no one, not even herself, knew anything about her. She instantly got branded as an ill omen. The next day, Chiemi, who was in Saranaga for some reason, found me there. They recognized me as a proper lost person, but since I came through Saranaga, I was also branded as an ill omen. From what Kiyonosuke Nosatoshi said, it was safe to assume that it was used to be customary to throw people like us into the Saranaga. And then there was the mist. The girl said something mysterious. Prepare for the feast when the evening mists arrive. I could only assume it was related to the same superstitions. After all, the mist came from the Saranaga itself. It and the river seemed to be central to the local customs and ideas. With that in mind, how was it dangerous? What was going to happen now? Yomibito, as in people from Yomi, the ancient Japanese land of the dead? Dead people came back through the Saranaga and they were corrupted. Well, that gave room for some wild ideas. Was there some sort of pathogen in Saranaga that rose up with the mists? Did it turn people into zombies? Was I about to be part of a Japanese Resident Evil? Wait, that was already Japanese. What if you had a 10% chance to be infected by the mists, but a 100% chance to be infected by another person? That explained why everyone had to isolate themselves like this. If I became a zombie, I probably wouldn't have the mind to unlock the door. So basically, by locking myself in here, I was quarantining myself. I hadn't put all that much thought into that, but that seemed like a good story. Sure, stuff like the boulders and the wolves didn't fit anywhere into my idea, but it was still interesting. Then again, I knew this was Hicksville and all, but would a superstition that science could explain so easily really survive the modern world? It seemed so weird.
今から一晩ここに入って鍵をかけて 絶対に物音一つ立てないで。
Don't make a sound? To be frank, the reason why I spent so much time on these delusions was because I was scared of things I didn't know or understand. In the past, people used to attribute stuff like natural phenomena and diseases to gods, devils, yokai, and then do nothing but fear them. They were scared of these manifestations of monsters and whatnot. But on the other hand, it was better than not seeing or not knowing what they really were. The fact that you could die to things you couldn't see or understand made life really unreasonable and unfair. That's why it was very logical to give things names and mental images in order to recognize and memorize them. My fear of things I didn't know was the same, except I wasn't satisfied with just labels or hypotheses. I needed to reach the truth. That aside, what I was feeling right now wasn't a fear of the unknown. It was a realistic, practical fear of something that could endanger my life.
今から一晩ここに入って鍵をかけて絶対に物音一つ立てないで。
That meant that outside lurked something dangerous that could hear sounds. Perhaps it was the so-called dead that rose up from the river? Or maybe, assuming I was right with my Saranaga sickness theory, it was people who came out and beat the shit out of all the deceased who didn't follow the rules? The wolf is coming. Maybe the wolf was the title given to the killer? Suddenly, I heard a scream in the distance. Go ahead and take a look. Should I have gone out to take a look? Shouldn't I? Isn't he supposed to stay inside? Wow, that was some timing. Right as I was about to form a new hypothesis, the proof connecting it all suddenly came to me, and it was right outside. It had gotten really dark. There were no lights anywhere. The darkness was fear. Unperceived equals unknown equals dangerous equals scary. Leaving this place was dangerous. Dangerous is scary, 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 scary. Scary things were scary no matter how much logic you applied. But I couldn't discard my desire to get to know the fear and conquer it. Shin, Hiei, welcome to the stream. I opened the door and stopped in place. Night wasn't absolute darkness. No matter how dark or cloudy it was, the sky always gave some bit of light to us. However, I came to understand that it could be hard to see even if there was light. Everything I saw was covered by a dense mist. Combined with the pale moonlight, it made the aura seem milky. It made it hard to get around. Regardless, I couldn't ignore the scream. There was something beyond this veil. I kept moving forward. Unless my ears were deceiving me, the scream belonged to a woman and had come from the right. I couldn't let myself think that. Or rather, I didn't want to think that. The unknown was scary. Personally, I'd found that principle made my life really easy. I had more than enough fear from those which were directly threatening my life. I really didn't want to have the fear of losing someone as well. Change your line of thought, Haruaki. Solving the mystery might save someone. 2 birds with 1 stone. I began walking faster. Another scream. It was close. I realized I had to find a way to protect myself. I was unarmed, so I looked around for anything I could use as a weapon. I felt around to see if there were any branches or anything. Sadly, all I'd felt was grass. I went deeper and searched the ground itself. Soon I felt something hard. It was a rock. A moment of digging later, I took it in hand. It was a bit smaller than my hand. I almost teared up at how useless it seemed, but it was better than nothing. I looked at the base of my feet and saw the grassy ground. I could easily move forward if I first checked the ground using my feet. And since I might have been close to the danger, I had to focus on what was ahead too. I'd recognize the danger, and if possible, get rid of it. I concentrated entirely on that and stepped forward. Endurance stream? No, this is not an endurance stream. I'm just playing a game. I couldn't hear the screams anymore, but I could hear other things. A wet sound, and the sound of something cracking. It filled my mind with countless things I didn't want to imagine. Even so, I kept walking forward, until I saw it. Oh. My hypotheses were nothing but delusions. The truth was truly something you had to see yourself. But why? Why was this so scary in spite of it being true? It wasn't supposed to exist. It couldn't exist. After all, it was a wolf with a humanoid body. And there's no such thing as werewolves. The next morning, in a paddy field in Fujiyoshi, Yasumizu, 3rd block, someone discovered a thoroughly mangled corpse. The clothes nearby led the discoverers to conclude that it was the traveler Haruaki Saishi. He's still moving. Strangely enough, I could perceive this particular moment. And so I
さよなら、春秋さん。
was finished off by the girl.
宴が始まりました。
The last thing I heard
狼をくくる。
was that obtained key. Number 2, Werewolf and Resurrection. You can view it in the keys list. The route unlocked by this key is represented by the same number on the scenario chart. Game over. Bad ending number 2. Watch hint corner. No, that's okay. Wait, maybe I should have watched the hint corner. Guess it was just a dream, right? Huh. $5.11 Sunday. I closed in on the side of the road and killed the engine. It was steeper than I'd thought. My bike was on the verge of giving out, so I pushed down and deployed the kickstand. Well, I'm lost. So that's the beginning of the game. And we have this chart. I like it how it says that like you had a choice. No, we're gonna keep still. We died last time. We're not going out there. So I guess we assume that we played the entire thing over again and experienced the story again and got to this point. We saw werewolves. There's werewolves. There's actual werewolves.
It
was my promise to Chiemi. We're not leaving. But that scream just now was very real. It wasn't normal. I had to assume the situation was dangerous, and maybe I could help if I went out. But that meant endangering myself. I was no saint, and I had no plans to rectify that. If there was something that could get me to walk out, it would be curiosity. My curiosity had won over many dangers thus far, but right now, it was weaker than my fear and risk of death. Why? Because I already knew. Shit, what the hell were those memories? Bye, Alejandro. Thanks for dropping by, and have a good night. Oyasumi. It wasn't a premonition, a dream, or anything else that vague. My brain recognized it as something I'd experienced. But how? After all, I was still alive, and the time from those memories had yet to come. Was I a precog or something? By God, I swore I'd never experienced anything like this before coming here. And why did the memory come back to me at this particular moment? Regardless, that overwhelming fear and the pain and death that followed were exactly what waited for me if I opened the door. I couldn't feel more certain of that. The thoughts rendered me unable to move, immobile. I stood still, completely certain that I'd lost my chance to leave. I wasn't childish enough to sneer at selfish decisions, but this still didn't feel good. Not to mention, I was upset at myself for not being able to act like me and just run out simply because I was curious. I didn't even feel saved until that moment. Suddenly, the door began to shake. This place had a handle on the outside, and someone was pulling on it hard. There was a lock, sure, but there was only so much it could take before it broke. I prepared to pull on it from inside, but
今から一晩ここに入って鍵をかけて絶対に物音一つ立てないで。
what would happen if I did? Whatever was outside would instantly know I was here. Even if I protected the door, the thing had lots of other ways of hurting me. But what if it didn't know about me and was just weirded out by this randomly locked toilet? What if I didn't show a hint of fear to what it was doing? Would it just leave? I chose to just wait and see. Once again, someone pulled the door, shaking the structure as a whole. I gulped down a scream and focused on the lock. If it broke, it'd be over for me. Over as in, I'd be dead. That was what that memory told me. I was powerless back then, and even more so now. Assuming I tried to fight back, what would work? I'd heard that teeth were the hardest part of the human body, so maybe I could bite? Yeah, I'd tear whatever it was apart with my teeth. I'd bite it to death. I gathered my wits and killing intent, grinding my teeth. I glared at the door. How long had it been? The sound suddenly stopped. For all I knew, it might have been a ploy to make me drop my guard. I'd slowly count to 500. If nothing happened in that time, I'd assume it went away. There were no screams or attacks after that, but the silence around me improved my perception, and I heard strange noises every now and then. Breathing, growling, claws on the ground. Basically, I felt a beastly presence. So that thing actually existed here? Was it what the mist brought here from the Saranaga? The wolf is coming. Did they all know about this? Shit. I couldn't learn anything in a place like this, and not knowing things scared me. Trusting my prescience or deja vu, whatever it was, I chose to just stay quiet and wait. I'd find out everything tomorrow. I just had to make it through the night, and then talk to Chiemi. And if it was something I couldn't solve, I'd just run away. Thankfully, my bike repairs were going well, but I'd be leaving even if it didn't work. I'd walk to Kamifujioshi if I had to. Unlike Yasumizu, they might have had reliable means of transport. For now, I just had to stay awake and make it through the night. I never liked seeing night gradually turn brighter as the morning arrives. It always made me feel like shit, like I'd just done something harmful both for my body and as a human being in general. I found it natural to spend the night asleep and welcome the morning well rested and with a smile. I'd never expected to feel so much gratitude for the morning light, leaking through the door of an outhouse. It felt like the beasts had been out and about the whole night. Naturally, the high humidity here had made my clothes all wet and sticky. It was unpleasant, but even trying to move them and make it more comfortable for myself felt like a matter of life and death. Maybe it was a good thing I couldn't relax, but hell, it was exhausting in more ways than one. When I heard Shimi shout "Haruaki-san" in the distance, I was so overcome with relief I almost fell to my knees. If this turned out to be a trick and I opened the door to see some wolf with a chewed collar in its mouth lunging for my throat, I'd just give up and let it have me at this point. With that in mind, I opened the door. I expected to see the same picturesque village I'd seen yesterday, so what I actually saw shocked me really hard. What the hell was up with this thick mist? I couldn't see shit. It was like the entire area was consumed by it. Did someone line every inch of this place with dry ice or something? I could hear Chiemi, but not see her.
ちえみちゃんこっちだ。
春明さん、よかった。
I heard a wet sound and finally saw a silhouette within the mist.
大丈夫？
歯にはまった。
I walked up and saw exactly what I expected. A girl struggling to free one of her legs, stuck deep in the paddy field.
そうか、頑張れ。
助けてって。
抜けないのね。じゃあ手を。よっと。
I tugged her hand and braced my legs. That was enough to help her, but she lost her balance and...
おっと。
ヘッドロック。これ技。決まってる。
Despite how close we were now, this wasn't the least bit romantic.
とにかくよかった。無事だったんだ。
I definitely remembered a time where I was far from alright, though.
ああ、なんとかね。
I had no idea what that was about, so I didn't see any reason to mention it.
ただ、夜中獣みたいな気配がした。
Chiemi's expression immediately darkened. She clearly knew what I was referring to.
聞きたいことはたくさんあるけど、まず昨晩聞いた悲鳴のことが気になる。
それは。
知ってるの？
She fell silent, clearly uncomfortable. It was pretty ominous.
来て。どうせいつか嫌でも見る。
Chiemi gave me her hand. I took it, but I didn't feel the least bit excited about this. She led me down the path to the school dorm.
あ、夫妻さん、無事だったんですね。
生還おめでとうベンジョマン。
Benjamin.
ありがとう、温かい布団マン。君たちも無事。
Tatakai
いや、
Futoman.
はるちゃんは？
Did she?
いえ、大丈夫です。まだ部屋なんですが、ちょっとショックが強かったみたいで。
Okay.
そうか。皆さん僕より先に動いてたみたいだな。
逆によく耐えれたな。寝てたの？
寝られるか。いつ出ていいかわからないからずっと起きて待ってたよ。ちえみちゃんに呼ばれてようやく。
起きてたんですか？
Yasunaga made it sound like that was weird.
いや、あのトイレで寝てごらん。横になるどころか座れもしないぜ。
いや、そうじゃなく、そうか。
I really hate it when people just trail off like that. It makes me way too curious.
ちなみに君たちはなぜここに？
Maybe one of the rules of the village was that you have to sleep or else the werewolf will get you.
はるちゃん待ちと見張りだよ。
A lookout?
状況がはっきりするまで現場に誰も近づかないようにね。
Scene? So someone actually...
見る？ベンジョマンの胃袋の強度試し。
Is it the
こ
reporter?
っち、あんまふざけるなよ。
ああ、見るよ。
The invisible and unknown were way scarier than anything else. Not to mention, I could already smell something foul. I lightly moved them aside and walked up to the so-called scene. There was a corpse. It was in such a horrible state, it was hard to recognize it as human. I imagined this was what you would have gotten if you overturned a butcher's cart. That was how thoroughly the victim was disassembled. Also, the butcher would have had to deal in trails. Enough of that comparison. Straining my eyes to look through the thick mist, I could actually make out some human parts within the vast sea of blood, or mountain of death. hands, torn clothing, hair, and a shoulder bag. How professional. She kept hold of her interviewing tools, even while running for her life. Didn't do her odds of survival any favors, though. Despite the body's state, it wasn't hard to tell the victim was Hisako Mamiya, the small-time food journalist. That thing. Did it come to me once it was done murdering her?
これはひどい。
大丈夫？吐き気とか。
Chiemi was standing a short distance away, looking at nothing in particular.
吐くものもないし、まあ慣れてるんで。
春明さん、そっち系の学部だっけ？
まあ一応医学系。
すごい。検視とかできる？
医学系ってのは医学部以外の類似学部生が見え張って使う表現さ。まあ病理解剖なら何度か見たけど。
Okay. I crouched down and put my hands together. Then, grimacing at the harrowing reek of blood, innards, and especially digested food, I brought my face closer. Perhaps I could learn something from this? I could, even if it wasn't much. This corpse wasn't split into pieces. The limbs were still connected, but they were folded in an unnatural way and looked really flattened. They were either crushed or bent with no regards to bone or muscle position. And then her whole body had been torn apart. The innards were particularly badly damaged. The words "wolfed down" felt the best way to put it. I found it hard to describe. This wasn't my job, so there wasn't much I could tell about it without touching it.
何がどうなってるのかわからない程度には常軌を逸した傷だよね。
I had an urge to add that this seemed inhuman, but I kept myself from saying that.
とにかくとっとと警察を呼んでプロに任せよう。
I said something any good citizen would, but for some reason they didn't seem to
春
agree.
明さん、警察は来ないんだ。
そんなことはないでしょ。人が死んでるんだし。
来ないんだ。
じゃあ避難しよう。
それも無理なんだ。
どうして？バイクもあるし、この人たちが乗ってきた車だって。
とにかく不採取さんで生存者は全員見つかったはずだから、一度食堂に移動しましょう。
はるちゃんは僕らが連れてくぞ。
そっちはお願い。春明さん、行こう。
Can they not leave anymore?
なあ、ちゃんと説明してくれないか？
The mist is keeping them trapped now?
悪いけど精神的に無理。自分で見て勝手に理解して。
It was the first time Chiemi had acted so harsh with me. I was pretty irritated myself, but it must have been worse for them. They actually had info on what was happening here.
無神経だったよ。
Chiemi said nothing more and just silently walked off. I followed after her. When we reached the plaza, I instantly understood what she had said about evacuating. The bike and the van were both completely destroyed. The latter was in a particularly bad state. The front window was broken, all 4 tires were flat, etc. My bike was on its side, its front fork was broken. Well, it was basically scrap metal now. Fuck. There was a rock right next to it. Guess we had our weapon. And there were more remains inside the van. It looked like an enormous mountain of flesh and bone. If I didn't know about Yudai Hashimoto-shi, I'd assumed there were 2 or 3 corpses there. Hashimoto-san.
橋本さん。
Chiemi slowly nodded. I now knew we'd lost not only 2 lives, but any means of transportation as well.
あれ見て。
She pointed at a wooden electrical pole. The line was dangling, torn apart with no hope of repair.
よその電線は生きてるけど、食堂のは電話線ごとやられた。 外には連絡できないよ。
I took out my own phone. It worked, but the battery was almost dead, and like before, it was out of range. The situation had become even harsher than
こ
before.
れも見て。
Chiemi walked a few steps away. I followed after. There was a large boulder. It was tall enough to reach an average roof, and there were drawings on it. A crimson symbol of some sort. What did it represent? At first, it looked like an incoherent mess of lines. However, I soon realized there was a pattern. It felt like the calling card of some street gang. From what I could tell, the basis was a warped diamond shape with a spiral inside. There were 2 of them. They seemed to be drawn in blood, but that wasn't nearly as disturbing as the bizarre shape.
狼が2匹村に紛れ込んだ。戦わなきゃいけない。
Chiemi made a quiet declaration. Apparently, the settlement had been invaded by something malicious, and it was intelligent enough to rid it of all means of escape or contacting help. I could understand that much, but it didn't make sense to me. This wasn't some isolated island. There was a cliff, sure, but you could still go down to the Saranaga or go to Kamifujiyoshi. I'd ask about that the next time I had the chance.
ごめん。
ん？
気が立っちゃってごめん。春明さんだってきついでしょうに。
まあ気にしないでいいよ。所詮僕はよそ者だ。
そんなの言わないで。
ああ、言い方が悪かった。よそ者ゆえにルールがまだわからないから、もう少し静観するってこと。疲れちゃいるけど、多分普通の人よりは動揺はしてないと思うから、おとなしくしとこうってね。きっと他のご年配方はもっと殺気立ってるだろうし。
春明さん、本当にただの大学院生？
そうでなきゃなんだと？
なんか異様に落ち着いてない？まるでこういう質に慣れてるみたい。
多分大事な神経が何本か切れてるのさ。
The small dining hall was jam-packed with people.
てめえ生きてやがった。
おはようございます。大変なことになったみたいですね。
ごめんなさいね。ちょっと湯飲みが足りなくて。
いえ、お構いなく。
てめえがやったのかよ。あ？
The younger Oribe boy menaced me.
いや、やってないよ。どうしてそうなるの？
うるせえ、入ってくるんじゃね
え。よしぼうやめろ。うるせえのはお前だ。
ああ？国民にだって言ってただろ。こいつが怪しいって。
Man, I hadn't expected to be treated this badly.
ガキが出る幕じゃねえっつってんだ。それにここじゃ迷惑だ。なあ、香織さん。
ね、匠さん。とにかく落ち着いて。穏やかにね。
大丈夫だ。ちゃんと話は聞く。
ナムシ内大権現。ナムシ内大権現。
やめえたえば縁起でもねえ。それより集会堂の鍵はどこだ？
植松様に預けたわよ。2、3日前お団を直すんじゃって。
姉ちゃん、いいか？
取って参ります。
Oh, it's her. That was the woman. So she wasn't just an illusion. Uematsu-sama was her name, huh? I thought our eyes met for a second, but she just walked by me.
メイコちゃん、ちょっと待っててね。
That girl was here too. Deeper in, there was Kiyonosuke no Satoshi, clearly irritated by something. And not too far away, there was the old man who cried wolf. Just like yesterday, it was hard to tell what he was looking at. let alone thinking. They were the only ones sitting, by the way. The others were all just idly standing around.
母さん皆さん戻りました。
はるちゃんこっち。
The 3 students were here. With them, the settlement's entire population had gathered. As for the outsiders, the journalists were dead, while I and the mysterious girl had survived. I didn't know the circumstances, but they probably had their reasons to be very suspicious of me. Suddenly, Chiemi did something unexpected.
リカ子さん、ちょっと待ってもらえる？
She stopped the girl who was about to go out to get some tea. Each villager seemed to call her differently, so I didn't know what to call her myself.
この人、久石春明さん。皿長でバイク事故に遭った人。
あ、どうも。
An introduction? Now? Why?
こちら、植松里香子さん。回るに末で植松。珍しいでしょ？上富士吉の長者、植松家の現当主様。
植松里香子と申します。お見知りおきください。
Oh. So she was like a local celebrity, huh? Like Hyonosuke, she's Nosato family?
あと、そっちのがメイコちゃん。名前がわかんないからそう呼んでるだけだけど。
こんにちは。よろしくね。
Bah, she like bleats like a sheep. Sheep? Wolf? She a wolf in sheep's clothing? The girl they called Meiko trembled a bit and sprinted through the crowd to hide behind Rikako Uematsu.
で、なんだっつうんだ、ちえみ。
私は久石春明さんを宴に呼ばないことを提案します。
I felt a wave of perplexion go through the room.
ち、勝手言ってんじゃねえ。そいつが怪しいか怪しくねえかを宴で決めるんだろ。
Their expressions were stern and their words harsh.
違います。私は彼がそもそも宴に参加する資格がないと言ってるの、匠兄ちゃん。
何言ってんだ知恵ね。そいつが一番怪しいっつーの。
よし君、宴の支度した？
はあ？したい。
しなかった人いる？
How was I supposed to react? No one else was raising their hands, but I had no idea what they were talking about.
多分、はい。何のことかわからないんで。
宴の支度をしなかったからあの二人は汚れを受けた。でも春明さんは受けていない。私は狼様が彼を無視していると思ってる。
Okami-sama? As in Wolf-sama? Why the reverence? And what was she even talking about?
皿長から来た人ではあるけど、彼は本当にただ通り過ぎただけ。むしろ宴の邪魔になる。いえ、むしろ宴に混ぜれば狼様の怒りを買って何が起きるかわからないとすら思う。
ばあちゃん、どう思う？
あんたほんまに支度をせんと無事だったんかね。
ちなみに支度って？
みそぎ、物意味、夢枕。
Purify, shelter, and dream? So, you have to take a bath, stay inside with your locked door and sleep, right?
体を清める。一つの建物に一人で閉じこもる。眠って夜明けを待つ。この三つ。
Lock up in a single building all by yourself. That's why they were shocked when we stayed together with her. And they were shocked that he didn't sleep.
じゃあ守ってないですね。トイレに一人で入りましたけど、風呂も入らず一晩徹夜しましたから。
The place got all noisy. They probably didn't expect that answer.
わからんね。 初めてよ。そんなことを聞いたのは。
Taya-san sounded genuinely puzzled.
リカ子さん、どう思われます？
I had no idea what kind of dynamics were at work here, but Chiemiya asked for Rikako Uematsu's opinion.
私も賛成です。神内明神が裁かれないのなら、この方は山の掟の拉致外におられるのでしょう。
Her words created even more commotion.
そういうことです。
ちえみ、分かってんのか？そいつを外すってことは。
うん。大切な宴1日分、無駄な人をくくらずに済むね。
おやっさん、どうするんだ？
It was roundabout, but in the end, once again, the one to make the final call was Kanzo Makishimashi.
こいつは宴から外す。
おやっさん。
じゃが
Glaring directly at me, the old man walked through the gathering and approached me. Seeing him from up close, I realized just how big and burly he was. It was pretty typical of someone living in a place like this, but it felt out of place on someone his age. His expression displayed both an inner strength to match his physique and a profound rage.
山の掟が通じねえならわしらの取り決めに従ってもらう。さもなくばわしがてめえを殺す。
He spoke slowly, yet decisively. Man, this was uncomfortable.
ちょっと待て。彼が外されるというのならば、私やリカ子さんも外していただけんかね。
あ？なんでだよ。
我々は上富士吉の人間だぞ。皿長の事情に付き合う必要はない。
野里様、そうはいきません。宴の日にいりゃ野里も上松も身車も樋口も関係ありゃせんです。
The feast.
おっちゃん、その理屈だったら僕もやっすんもサボってよくなる？
廃着されたものは話は別だろ。どうして今現在4家に属している者がこんなバカに付き合わなきゃならない。
キヨ。
気安く呼ぶな、ムロ。行きましょう、リカ子さん。こんなもの付き合う義理はない。
いいえ、野里様。富士吉に住む者ならば義理がないとは言えぬでしょう。皆等しく神内様の手のひらの上、それがこの安水という皿の上に乗せられただけ。
しかし
文句がありゃどこへでも行け。汚れで死ぬのが関の山よ。
Kyonosuke eventually fell silent, and Rikako left, to get the key probably. She returned in no time, and everyone began leaving.
てめえは別のとこだ。
はい。どこに行けば？
匠、奥の檻使えるか？
そりゃ使えるけど。あ、わかった。連れてっとく。
Am I gonna be jailed?
あんた、こっちだ。
Everyone went to some hall near the village plaza, while Takumi led me elsewhere. We made our way through the tall grass between the buildings. At a dead end, next to wild trees and a rocky cliff, there was a large cage. It even had a roof and would have passed for a hut with a bit of work.
生け捕りにした獅子を入れとくような檻だ。悪いが、ここに入っといてもらう。
拒否権はないってわけですか？
悪く思うな。みんなが宴をやってる間だけだ。そう長くはかからねえ。
詳しい話を聞くのも無理と。
ああ、そうだな。悪いとは思うが、宴に出んで済むだけで幸運と思ってくれ。
How was I supposed to feel that way if I didn't even know what the feast was? I'd have asked, but he looked pretty irritated, probably because he wanted to get it over with, so I kept my mouth shut. The floor of the cage was mostly gravel, with spaces of wheat and other things littered about. There was a vague but very clear scent of beasts.
ここ、横になっていいでしょうか。眠れるときに寝といた方が良さそうだ。
ずいぶんずぶといな、あんた。
単に臆病なだけ。死にたくないだけですよ。
That was why I'd abandoned those people. After Takumi-san locked me in and left, I laid down and closed my eyes. The ground was hard and it reeked pretty bad, but it was still an improvement over the outhouse. I should have taken the time to think about what the villagers had said, about my strange memories, and about how I could get the hell out of here. That was what I wanted to do, but I knew that I'd just be swept away by an unproductive spiral of regret if I went down that rabbit hole. Had I always been this admirable of a person? Another thing. For some reason, I felt like I'd spent the entirety of this time just watching the battle, so I decided that I'd focus on resting in preparation for what was to come.
みな座りんさった。じゃあ読み意味の宴を始めましょうね。上松様、お願いしますよ。
新内様に献上されたおみきです。年少者から順に回し飲みしてください。
お酒？
あなたはお口をつけるだけ。
未成年者は飲むなよ。
一杯くらいどうってことねえよ。
やめなさい、義継。安永も何か言ってやって。
義継、あくまで形だけのものだから。
うるせえな。分かってるよ、兄貴。
こんなの飲みたくない。はるちゃん、チュッてして。はい終了。僕も終了。
Why is Chikamochi Kamoshida dressed in a dress? I thought he was a boy.
僕もこれで。知恵ね。
ここから大人ね。いただきます。
私はこのくらいで。
存外にいい酒だな。では、ムロ。
昼間っから酒が飲めるとは宴様々だな。ほらよ、おやっさん。
ああ、耐えばこぼすなよ。
はいはい、いただきます。おじいさん、モテるかいね。
ガキか。お、一通り回ったか。耐えば説明せ。
みんなお話は知っておるね。夕霧が立つとき、狼様はよみがえり、人を亡きにせんとされる。よもつ狼のお印が2つ。こたび狼様がお二人を血戻られた。
Two wolves have risen.
じゃからあたしらは新内様の言う通り、こうして宴してお守り様の加護のもと狼様を探してくくらねばいかん。従わずば新内様は汚れを下される。それはとても恐ろしい死に目を見るということよ。汚れを受けたくなくば宴に出て狼様を亡きにする。それがわしら安水の者の役目。
お姉ちゃん、亡きにするって何？
殺すという意味よ。
怖い。
大丈夫、私が守ってあげるから。遮って申し訳ありません、山垣さん。
ええのですよ、小さい子のすること。狼様かもしれんのはその子だけじゃございません。
やれやれ、くだらん話ですな。
おいおっさん、くだらねえならとっとと出ていけや。
そんで汚れて死んじまえ。
義継、お前は。
失礼だがオリベさん、自分の子にどんな教育をなさっているのかね。
俺は勝手にグレてんだ。ババア巻き込んでんじゃねえよ。
He cares about his mom and his brother.
義継、黙れ。ぶん殴るぞ。
Granny said the thing.
ああ、匠にまで何威張ってんだ。
殴るっつったら殴る。よしも清も一緒だ。お前らちょっと黙れ。
貴様にそんな根性はなかろう。
言われてんぜ。
大人は無駄に根性試しをしねえ。それはともかくタイばあちゃん、俺やっぱり納得できねえよ。その話
Among Us.
俺らずっと聞かされてきたがずっとわからねえこと
Among
だ。
Us.
俺らはずっとここで育ってきた。メイコ以外はみんな顔見知りだ。狼様が入れ替わってるってそんなわけねえよ。みんな普段通りだ。
匠、甘えこと言ってんじゃねえ。
なんだよおやっさん、怪しいやつがいるっつうのか。
どいつも怪しい。
Everyone's shady.
おじいちゃん、
春も気をつけ。けだものでも人を騙す。人ならなおさらよ。こん中にわしらを騙して平然としとるもんはおる。
なんでそう断言できるんです？
昔の門の言葉には真実がある。
まあいいですけど。
安水のパープーの言ってきたことだろ。
近持ち。
あんたはまたそんな。
モッチ、やめとけって。すみません。それでどうするんですか？
They're gonna vote each other out, huh?
どうって話し合いで決めんだろ。
話し合いで決まるのかな。しかもこの中の誰かを殺すという決定をでしょう。
全員が自分の考えを言う。それで納得のいく意見を絞り込む。
Really digging some of the BGMs this game has?
知恵ね、どう思う？
少なくとも全員怪しくないと思う人と全員怪しいと思う人がいる時点で破綻してると思うけど、決まるはずのない会議を延々やっても苦痛なだけ。それに耐えかねてみんな偉い人の鶴の一声を望み始めるし。
地位は何が言いて。
ちえみ、あんま心配すんな。俺らは安水の釜の飯食って暮らしてきたもん同士だぞ。なん
匠兄ちゃんの仲間思いなとこすごく嬉しいけど、その仲間から一人選んで殺すんだよ。もっと嫌なこともあるよ。仲間から選びたくなかったら仲間じゃない人から選べばいい。自分がそんなに好きじゃない人とか、ここに来て日が浅い人とか、少なくともそういう理由では絶対に選ばないようにしないと大変な間違いをしちゃうんじゃないかな。
だから俺はそもそも殺すとか頭おかしいからやめようぜって方向にまとめてんだよ。
But then things will never end.
匠、それはいかん。
ばあちゃんだってこう言い出す。だからじっくり話してだろ。
わかるけどね。
ちょっと。はーい、はるちゃんが喋ります。知恵姉が連れてきた男が記者の人たち殺したとか、そういうのないのかな。
言ってるそばから。
僕はないと思うよ。勘だけど。みんなどうですか？
匠にあいつが怪しいっつってたろ。
ああ、怪しいと思ったさ。しかしちえみの言う通り、そんな理由じゃ決めねえ方がいいだろう。それにあいつは変なやつだが、ああいうことをやりそうなやつじゃないような気がする。
それは私も賛成だけどね。とにかく私たちの問題なんだから、私たちで解決するべきだと思う。
それだって好みで選んでることに他ならんだろう。
じゃあ清之助さんはどうやって決めるべきだと思います？
結局こういった場で決める手段といえば多数決しかないものだよ。織部安永君。
民主主義万歳ってわけです。らしくもないですね。
私はそれ以外にこれだけの人間の意見をまとめる手段など存在しないと言っているのだよ。第一、話し合いで納得というのも結局は大多数が合意する結論を取るということだろう。多数決に他ならん。そうでなければそれこそ君の言った鶴の一声、つまり有力者の独断で決まることになるのだろう。安水の有力者とは牧島勘三しかね、それとも山脇多江さんかね。そして殺されるのは住人でない私か。当のお偉方本人が狼かもしれないという状況でだ。バカらしいと思わないかね。
野里さん、
言っておくが私は死ぬのはごめんだ。それならばせめて無力より一票の力を保てる方法を望みたいね。
Okay.
俺は反対だ。多数決だ。そりゃ結論は出るだろうよ。正しいかどうかは別としてな。
Well, you have to like talk and then vote,
俺
right?
はやっぱりちゃんと話し合って決めるしかねえと思う。
ちなみに話し合いをするとなると何を話し合うんです？
That's true.
タイバーちゃん、宴には山のお守りが力を貸すって話だよね。
そうよ。蛇様、猿様、カラス様、それに雲様が力をお貸しくださる。
詳しいことわかる？
蛇はうわっ、じじい知ってんのかよ。蛇は狼が誰か山に聞ける。
Right. So this is the part that's similar to werewolf, where there's someone who can figure out who the wolf is. They can ask if this person is a wolf, and then when they confirm it, they can let everybody know. But the thing is, nobody knows if you're truly telling the truth, and also if you do tell the truth, then the wolves can target you and kill you, so you won't be able to tell who the other wolf is.
猿だけ2匹おる。お互いが猿じゃと知っておる。
Two monkeys, so they know each other are not the wolves.
カラスはくくられたもんが狼じゃったかどうか山に聞ける。
And the crow can check if the one that they got was a wolf.
雲は狼から一晩だけ谷
This is
を
actually a
守
werewolf.
ってやれるよう山に頼める。
Okay, this really is like werewolf, yeah. Eagle, yeah, Dashai, welcome to the stream. I don't think I greeted you earlier.
その通りじゃと私も聞いておりますよ。おじ。
狼来たの。
あんたこれを知っとったのですか。あんたボケとるかと思うたが信心があったのね。
おじいちゃんのことは置いといて、じゃあこの中の誰かがそれぞれの力を受けてるはずだってこと？
それってどういうこと？というか神様とかお守りとか本当にあるの？ただ昔話になぞらえて誰かが人殺しをしてるだけじゃ。
はるちゃんや神様はちゃんとおる。
そんなの信じてるだけでしょ。
そんなことはない。みんな生まれてからこれまでに神内様のお姿を見とるはずじゃ。
We're basically just getting into it. Everything before was a little bit of a what? Exposition, and now this is the meat.
ただの
はるちゃん、落ち着いて。大丈夫？
うん、ごめん。
真偽はともかく、今は分かってることを情報として整理するところだよ。いろいろと決めるのはまだ早い。さっきのお守りのカゴの話、もっと分かりやすくしよう。
若い子はもっとちゃんと昔の話を覚えんといかんね。
蛇は見破る、猿は手を取る、カラスは味を見る、雲は守る。
蛇は大衆に紛れた狼を発見することができた。ちなみに蛇は身車家の守護獣でもある。猿は守護する者同士が狼でないことを確実に知っている。猿は樋口家の守護獣でもありますな。
Okay, yeah, that's how I thought.
カラスは死んだ者が狼かどうか知ることができる。我が野里家の守護獣がカラスだ。
貧乏くさいよね。
黙れ。そして雲は誰かの家に狼が入ることを防ぐ。雲は植松家を守護している。
Okay.
そうですね。それぞれの家の門にもそれぞれのお守りがあしらわれています。
でも実際はそれぞれの加護を受けた人はどうやってその力を借りるんだろう。
蛇は夜他の生きとるもんの名前を何かに書いて枕の下に置いて寝る。
Okay.
翌朝それが人か狼様か神内様に教えてもらえるそうよ。猿は2人おって加護を受けた時にもう一人の猿が誰かを神内様に教わるそうじゃ。カラスは前の日にくくられたもんが人かどうか知れるそうだわね。雲は他の生きとるもんの名前を何かに書いて枕に敷けばそのもんは一晩狼様から守られる。そうしてお守り様方の力を借りてあたしらはくくる一人を選ばねばならんということ。狼様をみんなくくれば勝ち。狼様にみんなやられれば負けよ。やすくん、わかったかいね。
わかりました。けど
そもそもばあちゃん、どっからそんなの聞いたんだ。
あたしはあたしのおばあちゃんに聞いたのよ。
Thinking about the monkeys, I don't think the original werewolf had something like that. A role like the monkeys, right? Like, if you were a monkey, would you just like say who the other monkey is and like if you die, then the other person is confirmed to be a human? Because it wouldn't make sense for werewolves to pretend that they're both the monkeys, does it?
とにかくそれじゃ長者それぞれの血筋の人がそれぞれの加護を受けてるってことよね。
It has a variant called the Mason Brothers. Oh, okay.
それはどうかな。身車家の演者は絶縁者含めてここにはいないし。
宴でお守りが誰に力を授けるかは気まぐれだと聞いております。
It's just random. You don't
じゃ
know.
あ誰なの？
下手に明かせば狼様に狙われるかもしれない。
そんなこと言ってたらそれこそ何も話が進まねえだろ。
そうかしら。例えば
めんどくせえ。 ダラダラしてても話が進まねえだけだ。みんな聞いてくれ。蛇の守護を受けたのは俺だ。
He's just gonna reveal it?
匠にそれは本当なの？というかどうやってそれが。
The snake can figure out who's the wolf.
言い忘れておったよ。お守りはね、夢枕に立つ。そして選ばれた者に印を残す。お力をお借りするならば、頼りにしたためて枕元に入れればいい。印により答えが示される。
そうだ、俺にも印があった。夢は正直覚えてねえ
蛇は見破る。じゃあ匠兄ちゃんにはこの場の誰が狼かもう分かってるってことなの？
He wouldn't know. He would have to put the name of who he thinks is.
いや、さっき言ったじゃろう。頼りにしたためねばならん。それも選べるのは一夜に一人だけ。
Right.
明日の朝になるまで分からないってこと？
So they're just gonna kill him.
そうじゃ。
一つ聞いていいかね、ムロ。
Oh, but if he reveals who he is, then the spider can just protect him.
なんだよ。
君はどうしてそんな極めて重大な情報を何のリターンもないこのタイミングで開示したのだ。
Maybe he is the wolf.
どうしてって他に決める材料がねえから。
He's just dumb.
聞いた限りだと蛇の能力はとても大事です。狼にとっては非常に手強い相手だと言える。だからそれを簡単に明かしてしまうと匠兄が危ないってことに。
Makes sense their snake is going to die. I feel like he's not going to die because the spider will protect him.
そんなもん怖くねえよ。
なぜ怖くないと言えるんだね、君は。相手はあんな風に人を殺す化け物だぞ。
なんだ、化け物とか信じてるじゃん。
今のは言葉のあやだ。とにかく今、我々は一つの武器を失ったということになる。
So maybe next night someone is going to like try to suss him out.
勝手に決めてんじゃねえ。お前に何がわかるってんだ。おい。
わかるとも。皆様、聞いていただきたいのですがね。この場で何か言えば、それは狼に情報提供していることでもあるんだ。明かさなくていいことは明かさずに話を進めるべきだ。そうではないかね。
そうですね。それで一つ思いついたことがあるんですけど。
今私が喋っているんだ。
黙れ兵六。やす、言え。
匠兄が正体を明かしたことを極力有効に利用するには、彼を雲に守ってもらうのがいいと思う。
Okay.
この中にいる雲は正体を明かさずに夜、頼りをしたためるとかして匠兄を守るのがいい。これで匠兄は助かる。どうかな？
いいんじゃないか。
Okay, but what if he's the wolf, right?
やす、おやっさん。
Then the spider's wasting their thing on a wolf, protecting
匠
the
は
wolf.
今日安全になる。蛇にこうぞ。誰かを調べ。
匠姉ちゃんが明日調べた結果は間違いなく正しいってことね。
そうなるね。
匠兄ちゃん、誰を調べてどんな結果が出ても嘘を言わないって誓える？
そんなもん決まってるさ。
じゃあ今日はそれでいいんじゃない？何の証拠もないのに誰かを殺すとかやっぱり無理があると思う。
本当にそれでいいのかよ。
何かまずいと思うのか？よし。
別にただ待つってのが性に合わねえだけだ。
If he's not the actual snake, wonder how the actual snake is feeling. You know, with him just revealing that he's the snake.
あ、でも匠兄が誰を調べるかはみんなの前で言っておいた方がいい。
That might be good.
どうして？
匠兄が誰かを調べて、その結果が匠兄に不都合だった時、別の人を占ったって嘘つくのを防げる。
嘘なんてつかねえよ。
Absolve suspicion and waste the spider's ability. As a werewolf, it's a good play. Unless the snake is actually a monkey.
合理的だな。安水の者には情の厚い室には必須の条件と言える。
別に匠兄ちゃんに限らないでしょ。身内は誰だってかばいたいの。でも今はそんな場合じゃないし。
The thing in this game that's actually different from the actual werewolf game.
誰を優先的に調べたらいいかって点は少なくともみんなで話し合う。
They can actually talk to each other before the feast, right? So somebody could they could cheat, basically. Like someone could be proxy pretending to be the snake. So like a monkey could pretend to be the snake, and the snake just tells the monkey the results instead. That would be interesting. But that'd also be kind of weird too, and like then the snake might accidentally like just die if the spider's not protecting them. So this is their strategy.
そのくらいの話し合いはしておきてえところだ。ちなみに安永は誰がいいと思う？
Or if the crow's lying and either isn't a crow or he's a snake, that could throw it off later. They don't know who the crow is yet either.
僕はちょっとわからないけど、それこそ不当に選ばれそうな人は先に調べておいた方が安心かな。
Oh, so maybe him?
では私を調べてもらえないか。正
Kyonosuke
直
Nosato.
なところを言えば、そうでもないと発言権すら得られなさそうなのでね。
なくったって喋るんじゃん。
じゃあ費用を調べる。それでいいか？
異論はねえな。じゃあ今日は誰も釣らさん。
本当にそれでいいのかね？
That seems like a good strategy.
ああ、大丈夫だ。これで解散。
Someone else suggest. Okay, wait, hold on. Who suggested that they should start with the one who's most likely to be unjustly chosen to be hanged? Yasu. There's no way that he didn't say this knowing that that person is Kyo. So these two, they might, there's a chance that they're connected. So if Kyo is a monkey, like Yasu and Kyo could be monkeys. It's possible. I don't think that Yasu would be a wolf. Because if he's asking to protect Kyo, he wouldn't want Kyo to be investigated. Oh no, Yasu could be a wolf. I don't know. But they might be monkeys. There's a chance that they might be monkeys.
本当に寝てる。
Grandma kind of says. Already suspicious of someone whose name who starts with Yasu.
今日のは終わったぞ。待たせたな。
それはよかった。いたたたた。
Unfortunately, waking up proved that this whole mess wasn't just a nightmare.
その宴とかっていうのは単なる儀式なんです。不吉を退けるような類の。
いや、寄り合いみたいなもんだ。
なるほど。犯人探しをするね。
春秋さん、くちばしの突っ込み方がだんだん露骨になってきてる。
うん。どうやら純然たる被害者らしいということに気づいたので、それなら自衛のために知識を仕入れようかと。
匠兄ちゃん、私の方から説明しといていい？
ああ、そうだな。頼む。俺は片付けやら何やらしねえと。
片付けってもしかして遺体を片付けるの？
そうだね。タエばあちゃんあたりが読み人は皿長に流せとか言いそう。
You're supposed to preserve the scene of a crime, right? This is doing the exact opposite. Then again, it didn't seem like anyone expected the cops to show up in the first place.
じゃあ早速聞きたいことがあるけど。
場所を移そうか。邪魔が入らない場所に。
ここは。
Chiemi took me to the place where I'd met Rikako Uematsu and Meiko. It was a grass field with stones littered all over. It bordered Saranaga.
私たちの信仰の中心は、ある意味ここ、首吊り松の墓所。
随分と物騒な名前だ。
The place was filled with dense mist, but it was probably thinner than that in the rest of the settlement. The sunlight seemed brighter here. I could even see a bit farther. The hanging pine had to be the old-looking tree at the edge.
ここは墓地なの？
そう。集落の方の岩はなんだかわからないけど、ここのやつは明確にお墓。春明さん、最初にここ通った時に墓石にけつまずいてたでしょ。ダメだよ。ごめんなさいしなきゃ。
は、そうだったのか。その時に言ってほしい。安水のご先祖様たち、すみませんでした。
ごめん、怖がっちゃうと思ってさ。緊急避難とはいえ、こんな半分廃墟みたいで化け物もいる村に来てもらうんだから。
君は化け物を信じているのか？
I asked, ignoring what I'd seen for myself.
信じてる。
Chiemi's voice resounded through the impossibly thick, cloudy air.
君は信じないタイプだと思ってた。
春明さんは信じる人を気持ち悪いって思っちゃうタイプかな？
それは言い過ぎかも。
嘘だ。顔に書いてある。
Was it that obvious? It wasn't like I found it disgusting or anything. I just didn't think I could get along with people who believed stuff like that, despite a lack of actual proof. That was probably how it was.
じゃあ理由を聞きたいな。
理由？そんなのないよ。
そうは思えないんだが。
言ったら、そうだな。神様を見たことがあるから、かな。
Full voice acting. Yep. That was,
ほら、気持ち悪い。
詳しく聞かせてほしい。
おっと、引かないね。でもそれはともかく、もっと直近の危機について話そうよ。
she was hiding something. It was either that hard to explain, or a lot more important than she was acting.
宴とやらについてか。まあ今はそれでいいや。
Maybe she's the spider, and she protected him.
チエミエクスプレイン！
イエーイ！説明って意味ね。
A graveyard probably wasn't the place to joke around like this, but at least you could see past your nose, and it didn't seem like we had to worry about anyone eavesdropping. I tried putting together everything Chiemi had told me. First, Fujiyoshi village had a unique legend. There might have been similar ones somewhere outside, but I just treat it as Fujiyoshi exclusive for the time being. The people here worshipped a god called Great Lord Shinnai, the avatar of Shinnai or just Shinnai-san. Also, the mountain this village was on was called Mount Shinnai, meaning this religion deified a mountain. Anyway, sometime in the past, not known when, Shinnai had helped the people living here by sending 5 beasts called guardians. However, just like nature could be really harsh, he had a scary side too, and if you didn't follow his laws of the mountain, he'd curse you without mercy. The Okami-sama was the ultimate form of his cruelty, though the Okami-sama watched over the hunt, and the Okami-sama also oppressed, tortured, and punished humans. The other guardians, though, were largely benevolent ones. The snake predicted the weather and harvest yields, bolstering the humans' prosperity. The monkeys defied the wolves, secretly teaching the people of fire along with other important bits of knowledge. The crow pecked at and ate up the flesh of the Yomibito, the enemies of Shinnai-san. The spider warded off the Yomibito and ensured that the humans slept and dreamt soundly. The Yomibito did indeed mean people from Yomi, as in the land of the dead, but apparently it wasn't very clear what they actually were. But just as I had suspected before, it was thought they had something to do with the corruption, death, and the land of Yomi. The most likely idea was that they were the dead that had returned from Yomi to bring harm to the people still alive. At the start of the legend, Shinnai-san, the animals and humans were facing the Yomibito. Apparently, that was still how it was in Kami Fujiyoshi, the leading part of Fujiyoshi. It was the basis of the teachings of the great Lord Shinnai's religion. Thanks to that, the 5 beasts, including the Okami-sama and Shinnai-san, were still worshipped there. In Yasumizu, however, things were a bit different. The legend here had a turning point when the humans, snakes, monkeys, crow, and spider cooperated to kill the Okami-sama. With the destruction of their cruel rule, the human village experienced great growth. That had been when the 4 head families, who were said to have the blood of the 4 guardians in their veins, were formed. The snake was Miguruma, the monkeys were Higuchi, the crow was Nosato, and the spider was Uematsu. However, it didn't end there. The Okami-sama joined the Yomibito side and became a sinister creature that wanted to bring harm to humans. The Saranaga Rapids were Yomibito's territory, and the Okami-sama appeared from there whenever the evening mist came. The Okami-sama would then kill an inhabitant, take on their form, and act like them. But at night, they would show their true self and brutalize the real inhabitants. That was why the people of Yasumizu, who lived next to the Saranaga Rapids, had to stop them. For that, great Lord Shinnai created an event called the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Despite the name, it was no banquet, but a ritual to kill the wolf. In the feast, the villagers were allowed to kill 1 person a day. You had to basically kill your own people, something that was taboo for ages, but it was permitted here in order to rid the group of the wolf. Some humans were also given the powers of the guardians: snake, monkeys, crow, and spider. It was like a banquet of betrayal. They all drank some sake and chose someone to kill. Why call it a feast if you don't even get food? That's so true.
なるほど。
It was a lot to unpack, but I got the gist of it. Basically, the humans betrayed the Okami-sama, one of their guardian divinities, and were still paying the price. But there were some points I didn't really get.
ちえみちゃんにだけ言うけど、僕はどうもその狼様ってのを見たかもしれない。
嘘、どこで？
トイレのドアの隙間から見えたようなって感じなんだけど。
I couldn't tell her that I'd had a realistic dream where I was killed.
人間の体に狼の頭だったような気がする。
At least there's sake. Hopefully it was warm.
嘘。
ああ、それはこいつマジで目撃してるって意味でいいのかな。
新内さんのお祭りでも狼様は人身露面で描かれるし、上富士吉に祀られてる像もそうだし。
ちなみに僕はその前後に女性の悲鳴を聞いている。だから僕は あいつが間宮さんを殺したのだと思った。それはいわゆる血祭りなのか？殺して入れ替わるの話だったら彼女の死体が出るわけはないし。
ごめん、説明し忘れた。新内さんの掟は厳しいから逆らうと様々な罰が与えられるそうで。
さっき言ってたやつのことかな？
つまり宴の支度としてお風呂に入って一人で鍵かけて閉じこもって寝るというのに触れちゃったから、だから汚れで死んじゃったということだと思うわけ。
I couldn't see how you could get such mutilated corpses from something called the corruption, but there was something more important.
ということはあの夜、君はその掟の存在も知らせずに僕を便所満化し、挙句に死なせる気満々だったんだな。
She wanted to see if her powers worked. I think she was testing out her powers by locking up the toilet where Haruaki was.
違うよ。正直よそ者はどうやっても助からないって思ったんだ。だけどせめてもしかしたら生き残れるかもしれない方法を伝えたくて。見殺しは嫌だったから。
そしてなんと本当に生き残ったと。
春明さんには悪いけど相当意外だった。
残念だったね。ブッシュ殺されなくて。
ふざけないで。私は春明さんが死ななくて本当に良かったと思ってる。
I wasn't sure how to feel about this, but hey, at least she tried, right?
ふむ。じゃああの悲鳴は結局間宮さんの断末魔なのか？それとも狼にやられた別の誰か？
She could be the spider then? Yeah, I think she could be.
それはちょっと。
例えばぶっちゃけて、あの時の悲鳴が君のもので、君はすでに狼だって話も考えられるのか？
まあ話の上はもちろん私は自分が狼じゃないって知ってるし、そう言うけど。
That's what a wolf would say.
みんなそう言いますよと。
その通りだけどね。
Now this was a predicament.
質問その1。
はい、どうぞ。
狼様が2人いるってことの根拠はあのマークだけなの？
I recalled the strange symbols on the large rock, the two warped diamonds with spirals inside.
あれは黄泉から戻った狼様の印だから、あれが2つあるってことは2人だってことだと思う。
But she can only protect one person for one night, and you have to write their name down, so he needs to find a place to stay by himself, and also he needs to shower and sleep.
憶測なわけだね。
でも多分そうだよ。山祭りっていうのがあって、毎年お守りの仮装行列みたいなのが出るんだけど、狼様の役が何人出るか似たような方法で発表されるから。
そもそも狼様は複数人いるのが普通なのか？
一応新内様の社には3人の狼様の像が飾ってある。お祭りに何人の狼様が出るかは占いか何かで身車が決めてるみたいだけど、決まったら夜の間にサインを出すんだ。
ああやって岩に何か書くのか？
置き場。ああいう岩は上富士吉にないから。そうじゃなく社の境内の地面に描かれるらしいよ。
らしい？
安水の者はお守りのご来訪を安水で待つ習わしだから見たことないんだ。
とにかくその時にあのマークが1個書かれてたら、行列には1人だけ狼様の役がいると。
厳密には違うかな。上富士吉の狼様のサインはもっとちゃんとした綺麗なひし形だし、あのひし形にぐるぐるってなったのは 地獄から復活した狼様のサインで、その話って休みずにしかないし。
なるほど。でもどっちにしろそこで示された数の分だけ狼様が行列に加わると。
そうそう、お祭りだと3人いたらめでたいらしいよ。
Chiemi herself didn't look the least bit happy to talk about it. Anyway, all I had to take from this was that there were at most 3 old Kami-sama wolves. I had to fix my perception of the situation. The wolves were a group of 3 werewolves. I wasn't too well versed in myths and folklore, but I certainly hadn't heard of any Japanese myth about werewolves or wolf men. I did hear of Jinmenken and of possession by fox spirits, but werewolves did seem like a very European thing. On the other hand, the fact there were 3 of them seemed pretty standard. I guessed it had something to do with presentation, trinities and all that. Though the idea of 3 werewolves did seem a bit excessive in terms of content. Anyway, I now had a better grasp of the situation that made it easier to understand what was going on here.
じゃあ他の守護獣の加護を受ける人は何人いるの？
猿だけ2人で、他は1人だよ。
そうか。じゃあお守りが5人に狼が2人、他はただの人と。狼が複数いるのは参ったな。
手強いって意味で？
それもあるけど、1日に1人しか殺せないんだろ？複数いればそれだけ全滅までに時間がかかることになる。ああ、そうか。狼が1人しかいなかったらカラスもいるはずないのか。
どうして？
カラスの能力は死体が狼か人間かを判別するってものだよね。つまり狼が死んでも変身が解けて正体を晒したりはしない。多分普通に人間っぽい死体が残るんだ。だからカラスの能力は有用になる。彼がいなければ鑑定はできないってわけ。
それはそうかも。だけどそれと狼の数の関係は？
もし狼が1人しかいないとします。狼が殺されました。何が起きる？
ちえみさん思考停止中。
They wait for another death, and if no deaths happen, then the wolf is gone, right?
答えは何も起きない。正確には狼による殺人が止まる。ゲームクリア。人類の勝利ってわけだ。
あ、そういうことか。つまり狼が1人だけなら殺人の有無イコール狼の生死。カラスの加護がいらないんだ。
ご明察。
春秋さん鋭い。
いや、気づいても何にもならないポイントだし。
にしてもこの状況でよく頭が回るよ。やっぱただの学生じゃなくない？
じゃあ何だって言うんだい？
探偵とか。
いいね。田舎の難事件を解決しに来た名探偵ってわけだ。横溝正史の世界だね。
普段は浮気調査と債務調査が仕事。
急にリアルになったな。ともかく他にも聞きたいことはある。狼は1日に何人まで殺せる？今日の晩には全員皆殺しとかだったら話にならないんだけど。
It's probably 1 per wolf.
それもないでしょ。さっきの話だけど蛇とかは誰を調べるか今夜山に聞くそうだし。
そうだろうね。雲だって一人守って自分含む他が全滅ならばやはり役に立たない加護だ。
いや、最初に疑問だったのがね、間宮さんと橋本さん2人死んでるのは血祭りの結果なのかどうかさ。2人殺せるのでも相当にヤバい。しかし1日に1人なら、あるいはまあそうなると別の疑問も出るけど、 人知を超えた化け物が複数いて、なぜに殺す数について自重してるのか。
不思議かな。
だってそうでしょ。3匹とかいたら1人分の肉をシェアするなんてお腹すくんじゃない？
狼は多分人間を食べるって目的で襲ってるんじゃないよ。
ふむ。単純に復讐で惨殺してるって？
それもよくわからないけど、別に狼はそうしたいからそうしてるんじゃなくて、狼もまた何かの掟みたいなものに従ってるんじゃないかなって気がする。
Their own laws. That was what bothered me so much. The Feast of the Yomi Purge had rules, and breaking them would mean being taken by the corruption, some sort of supernatural punishment from Shin-nai-san. If this was really just divine retribution, surely he would want the Yomibito done away with immediately. However, instead, the humans retained the aid of their guardians, and only one kill was permitted each day. Even the wolves couldn't break that rule. Were the laws of the mountain equally binding to both man and wolf? In Christian theology, both humans and Satan were God's creations, equal before him, and all acting based on his master plan. Was the god of the mountain simply similarly inclined? A legend of slain wolves and their revenge? Was it really that simple, or was there something else going on? It was quite scary. The werewolves could be killing against their will? It could be true. And I wanted to know all about it.
少なくとも狼が何人殺すかは年配の方々に確認した方がいいかも。
そうだね。というか、本当に今夜また誰かが殺されるのかな。
もう2人も死んでるじゃん。実際は顔を盗まれた誰かも死んでるかもしれないけど。まずい。死体片付けるならできるだけ調べておかないと。複数人の死体が混じってないかとか。
それ朝一で肝臓じいちゃんが調べた。骨も内臓も2人分しかないって。
本当？彼はプロなの？
漁師だから動物ばらすのは得意よ。
Well, that made sense.
関連して思い出した。ある意味もっと大事なことだ。どうしてここを逃げ出して警察を呼ぼうとしない？
If it's 2 deaths per night, this will be a fast game.
はぐらかさず話してもらうよ。僕は今自分が取れる最善の手段としてそうすべきだと思っているんだからね。
I was aware the people here were superstitious, but those superstitions are getting people killed. So why was not a single person objecting?
ここからは逃げられない。
どういう意味か話せない？
ちょっと難しいけど私たちは知ってるんだ。どうやったってここから逃げられない。この霧を抜けることは絶対にできない。知っているからあえてそれをやりたくない。
それは体験または教育された？
ごめん、はっきりはわからないんだ。ただ知っている。
The power lines to the lodge were cut and both vehicles were destroyed. So they're possibly sentient. The wolves were smart enough to make it so no one can escape, right?
宴が始まれば誰も休みずからは逃げられない。
So it wasn't logic or blind conviction, or perhaps she'd subconsciously gained that knowledge through some experience. The same as him? Yeah, as if.
根拠はないが、ここからは出られないと思うわけだ。
そうだね。多分みんなそう言うと思う。
ただの盲信である可能性は否定しない？
否定はできない。
山の神に無視されたらしい僕が一人で外に行ってみるよというのを提案したらどうかな？
私は全力で止める。 他の人がそれに賛成したとしたら、春明さんは死んでもいいって意味。
That was pretty scary.
心配してもらえてるってことかな。
安水で一番心配してますよ。
ありがとう。愛を感じるよ。
愛？
She was going all red on me now. This seems to be taking it pretty far for an act.
違います。良識ゆえです。
他の人が良識がないかのような。
少なくともみんなよそ者に対しては見た目よりずっと冷たいと思った方がいいよ。私は半分よそ者みたいなものだからそれがわかるし、
親近感でツーリングにも同意したと？
いや、だってあれが根性の別れになるかもしれなかったし、それならせめて色良い返事をしとこうかなとか。
うわ、道場からの空手型かよ。じゃあこれ抜け出したら改めて誘うぞ。
どうしようかな。あ、でもバイク壊れたから無理じゃ。
デートのためならローンで買い直すし。
デート？そうか、そうなるか。でも学生でローンはまずいでしょ。あとどっちにしてもこれで OK したら死ぬ前振りみたいになるから、出られてから考えよう。そうしよう。
How are they unwelcome to outsiders? They offered him tea like 3 times. I don't know. That's just cowardly, maybe. Shit. First she was all over me, and now she was playing hard to get. In normal circumstances, that could be kind of fun, but right now, she was the only one I could rely on. The emotional support would have been nice.
話戻るけど、警察については
Offering tea is
別
just
に
like
今じゃなくて
manners,
も
yeah.
期待できないかな。
超常現象だから？
それもあるけど、上藤吉には駐在さんがいるだけだし、安水で何が起きたって上藤吉は何もしてくれないからね。
They might still not care for him. Exactly.
うすうす思ってたことがあるんだけど。
正解。
I hadn't even said anything yet.
そうです。安水ってのは要するに藤吉村の中の村8部の集落なんです。
She really did guess what I was going to say. Ostracism. In ancient times, villages often punished criminals and the like by ostracizing them. They were ignored and excluded from all social welfare aid. Basically, people were excluded from the larger group and treated coldly. It was one step away from banishment. It wasn't just emotional torment either. Back in those days, not getting the help of other people was a matter of life and death, making this quite a harsh punishment.
何かやった人なの？みんな。
そういうわけじゃない人のが多い。牧島さんちや山脇さんちや室さんちは大昔から安水のものだし、内緒にしてくれる？
もちろん。
織部香織さんはもともと樋口家によそから嫁いできたけど、旦那さんがちょっとヘマをして亡くなって、それでまだ小さかった安くん連れてこっちに移り住まされたって聞いてる。
Oh. Yeah, but she wouldn't let him eat or drink anything they offered. I wonder why. Kinda sus. Well, that wasn't a pleasant story. I had heard ostracism still survived even in this day and age. Some rural groups would brazenly cut off your gas or water supplies if you didn't fit in. Then again, neighbors in cities had their own communication problems. Basically, humans really hadn't changed much over the years. Still, ostracism because of family troubles in this day of age? It seemed so weird, ugly, and behind the times.
モッチーなんて野里家の元嫡なんだからね。お坊ちゃまなんだよ、実は。
え、そうなの？
うん。清之助さんとは叔父と甥の関係。
Oh. They were nothing alike.
ただ、モッチーちょっと変なので、養子に出されてそのまま休みず行き。
Oh. This guy hasn't ate in like 2 days. Yeah. He had crackers. The only thing I have for reference was in Noragami when they went to the underworld. You mean Yomi? Oh yeah, Kyonosuke had sent something like that. Sheesh, what century did they think it was?
君は
ちょっと悪さが過ぎまして。
昔は荒れてたとか？
まあそういうのダメ？
むしろタイプ。
責めるね、お兄さん。
With her pulling hit and runs, I really had no choice. Anyway, this place was basically abandoned. I couldn't expect any outside help, and everyone here believed they couldn't escape this place due to natural reasons. What were my options here? Leave Yasumizu and stay? I bet if you leave, you're just like, he's just gonna die, and then we'll see that, and then we'll come back. I'm gonna pour myself some water. Okay. Should we just try to leave just to see what happens? Actually, let's just progress through the story right now and stay. This is what I assume is going to happen, that leaving is like a shorter path, and then you have to go back here and stay. Water pouring ASMR. You guys could hear that? Being left out of the feast hardly guaranteed my safety. Obviously, escape was the ideal choice, but at this point, I didn't see anyone guiding me out. All I had to look forward to was either dropping dead somewhere in the mountains or becoming a snack in this village. The first seemed way more attractive, but unfortunately, I'd gotten attached to the people here. Abandoning them would, at least, make it hard for me to sleep at night. You were probably going to die, but you might have gotten a key. That's true. That's why running away wasn't an option for me.
もう聞いちゃうけど、休みずのご飯食べさせてくれないのは何の伏線なの？
Ah, so we're gonna get our answers here.
気づいた？
もう怪しい伏線はとっとと潰しておこうと思って。怖いから。
参ったな、もう。まあ、これはただの保険というか、心の薬というか。
少し詳しく。
なんかあるじゃん。そこのご飯を食べちゃったから豚にされて逃げられないみたいなさ。
ここは地獄か何か？
I'd seen that anime on DVD, by the way. Which way to the bathhouse?
地獄でないとは断言できないかな。
It seemed like some serious overthinking to me, if not just serious superstition.
ちなみにその体勢はまだ続くの？
一応食料はそれなりに持ち込んであるからまだ大丈夫。
Cup ramen, huh? I did appreciate it, but I had mixed feelings on living like it was the apocalypse over a local superstition. So, I guess she believes that he can be kept out of this if he doesn't have the food here, maybe. There might be a chance. Anyway, we went to Chiemi's room and she gave me some cup ramen. We agreed I'd pay for it after all this was over. Okay, for sure, they're in some kind of purgatory. I actually skipped 2 meals, so I was still hungry, but I was used to skipping meals to cut costs, so that wasn't a problem. I wanted to relax and think things over, but Chiemi was curious about the others, and I ended up tagging along. It was probably because I wasn't in a position to be by myself.
あら、いらっしゃい。お昼？
いいえ、時間を持て余してしまって座ってていいです？
もちろん。お茶をお出しするわ。
すみません。僕はお湯いただけますか？
あら、お茶は体にいいのに。
お茶を飲むと眠れなくなる体質なんですよね。
あら、それは仕方ないわね。では、お白湯で。
Xanadu or the old story about Tartarus.
おさゆも断ってほしかったな。
I'd have liked it if you refused that too.
そうは言うけど
But you use water from here whenever you make cup ramen, right?
あ、気づいてなかったのか。
Yeah, there you go.
沸かしたからセーフかな。
Could hell's water really be purified by boiling?
はいどうぞ。でも本当に災難だったわね。バイクもあんなに壊されて、しかもこんなね
いえ、皆さんに比べればそんな。ちなみにこんなこと毎年のようにあるんですか？
You'd basically have to not eat until this whole thing was over then. I asked something important like it was no big deal.
そんなにはなかったはずよ。私は少なくとも宴は今回が初めて。昔霧が出た時に亡くなった人がいるっていうのは聞いてるけど、多くの人が休みずにいなかったから。
As in, they hadn't been ostracized back then? I could ask that, but I probably couldn't dig too deep. Cowdy says,
じゃあ多くの人にとってこれが初めてのことってわけですか？
ええ、そうだと思うわ。
そうか。それにしては随分とやり方が正確に伝わってるんですね。
ここはこんなところでしょ。娯楽も何もないから、小さい子たちはお年寄りのお話を聞いて育つの。古いお話や古い歌はずっと伝わって残ってるみたいよ。
歌？
歌。
Whoa! The mysterious Benko-chan popped out of nowhere.
歌覚えた。
あらすごい。歌って歌って。
新内さんのお守りは赤だし増やして手がらしとくよ。
Cake, Funky Blow, and Rider? So what is it about a guy who had a funky birthday party with a cake and ended the night on a happy note? The melody seemed familiar, though. Little girl is a werewolf?
ちょっと難しかったかな。
メイコ、ここにいたの。
Her guardian came soon after.
あら、まあ、すみません。お昼の後でいろいろ見苦しいところを。
Kaori Oribe-san humbled herself.
いえ、こちらこそメイコがお邪魔をしまして。
いえいえ、こんな時ですから少しでも気が楽になるように好きなようにくつろいでください。
では。
A silent thud, and a loud one. The woman just collapsed.
大丈夫リカコさん。
Wait, why?
あらまあ、怪我はない？
Apparently, she wasn't trying some unique form of relaxation. She just tripped on the rail for the door. She's a big clot! She put her hands on her throbbed nose and became teary-eyed. The lady's mysterious vibe crumbled in an instant. The woman noticed my surprise and pouted. She might have been more expressive than I'd realized.
あまり見ないでください。
あ、すみません。考えてみたらちゃんとお話しするの初めてですよね。
そうかもしれません。申し訳ありません。
え、どうして謝りますか？
巻き込んでしまって。逃げて。
そういえば逃げろって言ってくれましたね。
夕霧が上がってくるのが見えていたから。でも間に合っていればよかった。
こっち姫ペレ。
ですのに
She's got the hime cut down though.
ああ、そういうことだったんですか。僕はてっきり予言でもされたのかと。
植松は見張りの家ではありませんから。
Now that sounded significant.
見張りの家とは？
That would be the snake family.
あまり外の方には。
Crap. Chiemi's lack of reserve made me forget my boundaries here.
すみません。変わった服を着てらしたので、何か神職の方なのかなと。
それはまあそんなに偉いものではありませんが。
春明さん、リカ子さんあんまり困らせちゃダメだよ。
ああ、うん。そのつもりはなかったんだ。申し訳ないです、リカ子さん。
いきなり下の名前で。
ああ、すみません。
Chiemi called her that way, so I thought it was okay. Man, this was confusing.
別にいいですけど。
いやー、すみません。
何？なんかいい雰囲気？
I'd have appreciated it if she didn't put me in a weird situation.
帰ります。メイコは？
もうちょっといる。
そう。夕方前には戻ってね。
And so she left.
ちょっぴり不思議ちゃん入ってるけど、可愛い人だよね。
そうだね。
可愛い人だよね。
そうかな。
どっち？
こっちのセリフですが。は
あ、美人はいいな。いくつになっても年齢不詳の美人のまま。
How old is she then? Well, that was some bait.
あえて食いつくけど、彼女っていくつなの？
よくわかんない。まあ30過ぎってことはないと思うけど、間違いなく私よりはお姉さんだよ。
十分意外なんだけど。
だよね。ちっちゃいし童顔だし。
Wait. Younger than 30. Older than her?
ちなみに彼女って。
こんにちは。
We were now joined by the students.
母さん、今いい？
あら、安永。はるちゃんもいら
She's
っしゃ
too
い。
cute, werewolf.
ちょっとあなた。
はい、あなたのあなたです。
ふざけてるの？
I was, actually.
なんだろう、牧島さん。
今はるちゃんって呼びそうになったでしょ。ほとんど初対面なのに非常識じゃない？
落ち着くんだ。ヒステリー系ヒロインは人気が出ないぞ。
つくづくふざけてる。あなたにね、言いたいことがあってきたの。
Her behavior was pretty unreasonable too, to be honest. But instead of pointing it out, I just corrected my posture and waited to hear what she had to say.
あなたね、知恵姉にくっつきすぎ。知恵姉だって忙しいんだから、あなたはあなたで何かしたらどうなの？
そうだったのか。
いや別にそうでも。
よしんば知恵姉が暇だったとしても、女性にはいろいろあるんだから、遠慮して適度に距離を取るのが大人でしょ？
それは確かにそうかもしんない。
認めるんだったらとっととどっか行きなさいよ。これだから大人ってずるくて汚くて鬱陶しいんだ。
そうです、私が汚いおじさんです。
はるちゃん、そんなこと言うためについてきたの？あ、母さん、匠兄から伝言で。
何かしら？
しばらくは夜早いだろうからお弁当にした方がいいんじゃないかって。
あら、それはそうだわ。急いでお米炊かなきゃ。
あと、久石さん、あなたにこれを。
ぼんよよよよ。僕？
I like Haru, werewolf. I was busy deflecting Haru-chan's attacks with my stupidity barrier, so being dragged into the conversation surprised me a bit. He gave me a rather dirty, rusty, cheap-looking cylindrical key. It wasn't even attached to a keychain. Oh, it's a room.
学生寮の鍵です。匠兄がタイバーに行って出してもらったんだって。
どうしてそんな
For protection.
今朝は外に寝させて悪かったって伝えてほしいそうです。
ああ。
律儀でよく気がつく人だな。
そうでしょ。あの人がいるからこんなところでもなんとかしていけるわ。
She should remarry to him.
母さん、やっぱり。
あ、お米お米。
With an awkward smile on her face, Kaori-san went back to the kitchen.
すみません、お恥ずかしいところを。
まあ、よそ者には何が何だかわからないので問題ないよ。
I made a blatant lie. Everyone could tell that Kaori-san and Takumi-san would make a nice couple.
いえ、はるちゃんもです。はるちゃん、よその人には絡んじゃダメだよ。
何よ、兄ちゃんだって迷惑でしょ。
別に。
とにかくあなた、宴が関係ないなら早く出ていけば。
はるちゃんやめろって。
なんでよ。
不妻子さんは被害者なんだ。そんな薄情なことを言うもんじゃない。
何よ、兄ちゃんのバカ。
There you go. There's your baka.
ああ、もう何が何だか。
They had to stop fighting about me. We had an innocent little girl here. Also, Chiemi's info was confirmed to be true. Trying to escape seemed dangerous, and recommending it was heartless. Basically, getting out of here was difficult. That made me all the more grateful for the room. I'd been so busy trying to understand what was going on in this place that I didn't even consider how to deal with myself. I'd have to thank Takumi-san.
まあまあ二人とも落ち着いて。はるちゃん、ちえねえと遊ぼうのコーナー。
遊ぶって何を？
信頼モーデ。
今？なんでまた？
めいこちゃんに正しいやつを見せようかなって。
いいけど、ちえねってそういうの結構こだわるよね。
まあね。
Something was about to begin. No longer the center of attention, I began drinking the hot water Kaori-san placed before me. The teacup had a strange symbol enameled at the bottom. It looked like a family crest. What is this? Are these leaves? Is this weed?
安永くん、この文様って何かな？
ああ、上富士吉の長者の家紋ですよ。そんな食器捨ててしまえばいいのに。
His harsh tone made it pretty likely that it was the crest of the Higuchi family, the ones who banished them here. Haru-chan moved a chair and sat down in front of Chiemi.
私が男役でいい？
いいよ。
じゃあ行くよ。1、2、せーの。信頼さんのお守りは日ががちふましらみがらすよぐも。
They started playing an action rhyme, much like Ring Around the Rosie or London Bridge is Falling Down. Fully in sync, they clapped, slapped their knees, clapped again, joined hands, etc., all according to the rhythm. And there was no mistaking it. This was actually the song I'd heard yesterday morning.
夕霧立てば宴の支度いついつむじなもなれもて走る
The monkey sign, maybe? Two wolves, two marks, two crests. They were doing it pretty quickly, so I couldn't even see everything, but it was definitely complex. They even raised fingers and made fist bumps. Also, I was pretty sure I'd heard that part somewhere.
夕霧立てば宴の支度
Oh.
あやしよみびとけがらえり
Oh, it's like that, it's like the thing that was playing. Suddenly the song changed in tone. The movement switched up, too. Haru-chan hit her face, while Chiemi stood up a bit and grabbed her by the shoulders.
あやしよみびとなきにせん
Similar line, but the roles switched.
くぐれやひとひにひとりきりたった
They returned to the same tone and movements as before, but then, at a slightly awkward point, the song suddenly ended. Then, they quickly stood up and...
イエーイ
久しぶりすぎて焦った。
Apparently they were done.
どうさめいこちゃん、もともとはこういう遊びなんだよ。
すごい早くてよくわかんなかった。
よーしはるちゃん、めいこちゃんに教えてあげるんだ。
私が？
教えて。
まあいいけど。
やすくん、ちょっと話したいことある。
Chiemi's tone was serious.
何かな？
Yasunaga instantly understood that it was important, but he seemed to be mindful of me.
もし宴のことだったら、僕がいない方がいいかな。
すみません。
Chiemi gave me a meaningful look as I left. She'd probably tell me something the next time we met.
ちょっと出てきますね。
はーい。お構いできずに、ごめんなさい。
Key change. It switches to a minor key. Kaori-san stuck her head out and said goodbye to me as I left the dining hall. I put together what I'd learned, the settlement's beliefs, circumstances, and the inhabitants' stances. However, Chiemi was really the only one I could directly get info from. I couldn't account for any biases she might have had. The other inhabitants, albeit to varying degrees, didn't trust me. I could probably have decent talks with Yasunaga-kun, but his situation seemed to be similar to Chiemi's. I'd have liked to get info from the elders. Maybe my best option was to somehow join the feast myself. From what Chiemi had told me, the feast was a really vile and dangerous tradition. And that didn't change even when you considered the tales and that there had already been lynchings because of this. Normally, something so brutal would have changed and become some harmless festival by now. How did such a tradition survive in the modern day, despite murder and lynchings being completely illegal? Was this place simply beyond the reach of the law or something? Or...
神様を見たことがあるからかな。
Or because you'd actually get cursed if you didn't do what the tales told you to. How stupid. Then again, I couldn't really write it off. My stance on gods and monsters was basically that, as long as they could be seen, I was willing to accept their existence. The belief that nothing was beyond the comprehension of modern science was narrow-minded at best. New technologies and methods could easily reveal things that were previously undetectable. This had happened many times throughout human history. The idea that there were strange animals, ghosts, or aliens that were simply beyond our current ability to perceive was entirely plausible. However, there were disappointing realities too. For example, the original story about something mysterious could have easily been a lie, trick, misunderstanding, or misinformation. Generally speaking, the mysteries of the world all turned out to be one of those. Science disproved things far more often than it confirmed them, which is pretty damn boring. Surely even Houdini, famous for exposing mediums and other frauds, wanted to believe in psychic phenomena. He'd searched the world in the hopes of meeting a real medium, but each he found proved to be a fake in the end. Well, considering I'd actually seen something that shouldn't have existed, you could say that I was in a way more exciting situation than him, though my life was in danger, so I couldn't really waste time trying to speculate what that thing was. Back to the matter at hand. For now, the most important thing was understanding and surviving the feast. To pull that off, I needed more info. I still hadn't heard how today's talk had ended. Based on the mood of the place, no one seemed to have died, at least.
死んだよ。
Shocked, I turned around. Who was this? It was a girl I'd never seen before.
死んだよ。死んだ。死んだとも。きっと君も死ぬ。藤吉村にようこそ。気の毒なお兄さん。
The girl turned and ran, her skirt swaying behind her.
待て、モッチー。
なぜわかった、うんこマン。
誰がうんこマンだ。いや、確かに見た目は結構びっくりしたが、喋り方と声はもうちょっと工夫した方がいいな。
いや、別に変装のつもりじゃないし。
え、普段着だとでも？
おう、僕は超貧乏だからずっと学生服を着てたらタエバーが文句タラタラ言ってきてね。だからハルちゃんにお下がりをもらったのさ。可愛かろう。
まあ確かに可愛いが、一応性別は男なんだよね、君は。
If I didn't already, I'd have assumed he was a girl.
ちゃんとついているぞ。スレションの時に確認すればいい。
I didn't want to see it at all.
自分の性別に違和感があったりするの？
なんだそれ。僕は男だ。
じゃあなんでそんなことを？
別になんでなんてない。僕はそういうやつだからだ。
そういう
卑怯の振る舞いというやつ。頭がおかしいので普通の人とはうまくやっていけないのだ。でも好きなようにやらないのはそれはそれできついから多少は変にするわけだ。
つまり自然体というわけ？
そう。寒くなければすっぱだかでも悪くないな。
Oh. So basically, this was a guy with a unique sense of, well, everything. Unless he found something that really clicked, he'd have a hard time living anywhere, even in the city.
そりゃ苦労もあったろうね。
いやー、休みずはだいたい住みやすいぜ。うんこマンも住むといい。
Oh, I think, maybe
なん
not.
でそんな話になるかな。
都会は住みにくかろう？
いや、断然便利だしな。
そうか。てっきり嫌なことがあって飛び出してきたのかと思った。
He's right about that.
まあそれは否定しないけどさ。
うんこマンも頭おかしい人でしょ？
全力で否定するけど。
あれおかしいな。同類だと思ったのに。ねえ、じっちゃん。
They're friends. He's friends with the old man who cried wolf. Whoa, there was a weird old guy in the bushes.
僕はうんこマンが変態だと思う。
Kind of is.
だよね、うんこマンは。
うんこマン。
お願いだからその故障を広めないでくれ。不妻子でも春秋でも何でもいいから。
ハッサン？
はあさん。
Did I look like a Middle Easterner? I was mildly bothered by the accentuation too, but he was probably avoiding using nicknames that were similar to Haru-chan's name.
まあいいか、それで。
うんこマンはハッサンになった。
I was never Poop Man to begin with.
おじいさんとは親しいの？
頭おかしい友達だ。
Well, the old man seemed to be enjoying it.
ハッサンも仲間になろう。霧が晴れたら上藤吉に鶏盗みに行こう。
They go and steal chicken from Kamifujiyoshi.
そんなカッパ的な。
Hell, why did he like me that much? Well, that might have been a good thing. He seemed to be a bit more unique than the other two students.
ちなみに今日はなんで他の高校生たちと一緒じゃないの？
だってはるちゃん怒ってたし、楽しくないことになりそうな気配が全開だったもん。
彼女は何を怒ってたの？
はるちゃんはさ、やっすんのことが好きだからさ。
Oh?
ちえ姉が帰ってきてやっすんが嬉しそうなのが気に入らないのだよ。
Oh, I see.
そしたらなぜ僕が怒られる？
やっすんがちえ姉のこと好きなのをはるちゃんは一応応援しちゃってるし。
Oh, that's complicated. Well, I sure didn't expect to hear something like that.
片思いしてる相手の恋を手助けしてしまってるってことか。
そうそう。だからハッサンがちえ姉と突如ベタベタしだしたんでわけわかんなくなってんだよ。
So basically, I accidentally entered a love triangle.
ちなみにちえみちゃんはそういうの気づいてるのかな？
そりゃそうじゃない？でも相手にしてないし脈はないね。
Man, this kid was harsh.
つうわけでよかったな。ちえ姉はハッサンのものだ。
いやーどうかな。っていうか君はそれでいいのかい？
なんで聞くかな。
いや短期間の観察ではあるけど君は奔放なくせにはるちゃんに対してはどこか海外しい感じがして。
まあ多分そんなんじゃないな。幼なじみとして危なっかしいから心配してるだけさ。
意外だなモッチ。そういうやつをからかいまくるキャラかと思った。
ハッサンだったら死ぬほどおちょくるけど、やっすんには借りがいっぱいあるし、はるちゃんはかわいそうな子だからな。
Oh.
なんかいっぺんにいろいろ聞くのもあれだし、それはいずれ別の時に聞かせてくれ。
は、すでに喋りすぎた。何の魔術だハッサンめ。
He was the one who'd gone blabbing on his own.
ところでさっき死んだって言ってたけど誰か死んだの？いや記者さんは亡くなったけど。
安水人はまだ死んでないけど死んだも同然だろ
う。なんでそう思ったの？
さあ、なんでとかは僕には分からんけど、なんかね、匠兄がヘビだって言った時嫌な感じがしたんだ。
Huh. Is he sussing Takumi? Like, Takumi is saying he's a snake, and then the spider going to protect Takumi. If he thinks that Takumi is a werewolf, then he probably thinks it's over. It's just like, dang.
今狼様が笑ったなーって。
待て、今なんて言った？
狼様が笑ったなって。
その前だ。
匠兄がヘビだって言った時？
匠さんがヘビなのか？
そう言ってた。
ちょっと休養ができた。またな、モッチ、おじいさん。
What's he going to do?
狼が来るだ。
知ってたのか？
Shit, I didn't have the time nor the connections.
ムロさん。
あ、なんだ。
That was my line. Why was he farming at a time like this?
鍵、ありがとうございます。
ああ、それはいいけど、あんま一人でうろつくなよ。
Wait, he's the one who gave him the
してんだから。
そのことですが、ムロさんは狼が一晩に何人殺すか知ってますか？
ちえみのやつ、そんなことまで喋ったのかよ。
僕が無理に聞き出したんです。というか話が伝わることはあなたも予想した上でちえみちゃんに任せたはずだ。それでも情報は断片的ですが、ちょっと心配があるんです。すみませんが教えてもらえませんか？
実のところな、俺はバカらしいんだよ。こんなことで他の世話邪魔されんのがよ。 チエミやあんたにはわかるかと思ったが、結局あんたもマジになってんのか？
Well, he really didn't seem all that bothered by all this, but
もう2人死んでいる。
何が珍しいんだ？
は？
あのな、人間なんざいくらでも死んでるし、俺はいくらでも片付けてる。
what? What was he talking about?
上の土砂崩れの現場見たか？ありゃ8年前に野里が手入れたら崩れてそのまんまになってる。気味悪がって片付けもしやがらねえ。作業員の死体は俺が掘り出して埋めた。
I had no idea that it was such a big deal.
バカな町の奴らが山ん中で首つって獣に食われることもある。俺やおやっさんが苦労して片付ける羽目になる。皿長に死体が流れることも珍しくねえ。渓流釣りだかなんだか知らねえが、上流は危ねえっつうのによ。それでもな、誰も何もしてくれねえ。俺らとしちゃな、無縁仏で埋めてそれで終わりにしてきたこった。山っつうのは獣が出ようがムクロが出ようが何でもありなんだよ、兄ちゃん。
でも今回は村の中で。
ああ、なんだろうな。月の輪が人を食うなんざ聞かねえし、もしかして本物の狼でも群れで来たかもな。
あれが野獣の仕業だと？
人間の仕業だっつうのもどうなんだ。要は夜に番を立てりゃいい話だろうが、なぜバカみてえに殺し合う必要がある？
Oh, I guess he's not that superstitious. Corpses, huh? Is he actually the crow? I don't think he's actually a crow, but it's strange if he's not that superstitious and then he goes and states that he's the snake. This person was hard to read. There was no denying he had a good head on his shoulders. He was reasonable and skeptical about the unknown. On the other hand, there were some things he put even above rationality. It felt like something you could call Yasumizu's rules, or better yet, fellowship. He looked at the situation from the perspective of, I gotta protect Yasumizu. He did whatever he could within those constraints, but he was in denial about the existence of enemies originated from within Yasumizu. To him, the situation was just a common case of some outsiders died, so what? Or maybe that was what he really wanted to think. That made the situation very bad. But I, being an outsider, couldn't say that.
そうですよね。おっしゃる通り、そんな迷信に耳を貸す方がどうかしてます。
He looked displeased. What was I supposed to do?
ただ、ちょっと気になるんです。伝説で今夜一晩で皆殺しになるとかなってるなら、心の持ちようが違う。
ああ、それはねえな。狼が殺すってのは一晩に一人だけのはずだ。
そうなんですか？伝説上、それはなぜだってことになってるんでしょう。
ばあちゃんなんつってたかな。誰も山の掟には逆らえん。世持つ狼様であってもだったか。
I have to wonder if he isn't the crow, or he said he was the snake, but he's a wolf. If he's a wolf, he would want to stop, people from just like trying to do any prying, right?
世持つ狼？
蘇った狼って意味だと。
Huh? Weird. I felt like I'd heard that term before. Still, wasn't it weird that the laws applied to the wolves too? They were on the Yomibito side, as in those opposing the mountain. And I was pretty sure the law of the mountain said that only one person could be killed per day. Lynching one during the day was the limit, and killing more than one per night was against the rules. Both would make you the target of the corruption. It didn't make much sense to me, but at least I found out that the wolves, too, could only kill one person per night. Oh, it's one person, not one person per
変なこと
wolf?
聞いてすみませんでした。おとなしく引っ込んでおきます。あ、
That means that the reporters were killed by the corruption, not by the wolves? No, but he saw the wolves kill one. I mean, at this point, we can't really take what everyone is saying at face value. That's true too.
男手がいるときは言ってください。勝手に手は出さないでおきますが、ここに居候してる分、働きたいんです。
ああ、そうだな。
His last reply was half-hearted, but at least I got a bit of the rules I was missing. When I came back to the dining hall, I found the students, Chiemi and Yoshitsugu-kun, Yasunaga's little brother. Meiko had left.
うんこマンじゃないハッサン
The werewolf game also says the wolves must agree on a target. Oh.
うんこマン
何それ
The name still got a chance to spread. That aside, I had to find out what happened at today's feast. Recalling what Mochi told me made this kinda hard.
悪いけど、ちょっとちえみちゃん借りていい？
わお、ちえみさん大人気。
だからあなたは懲りないわね。
はるちゃん、いいから僕らは母さんを手伝おう。
兄ちゃんも何か言ってよ。
多分難しい話なんだよ。
僕は皿を叩き割る係。
はるちゃん、近持くんを押さえつける係。
Who is sus? Hirashai, welcome to the stream. Nico. Welcome, welcome. What is the werewolf game? So, the werewolf game is, it's a social deduction party game. And it's basically set up exactly the same way that this game is set up. Where, there are a couple of roles. There's a werewolf role and a villager's role. And the werewolves will choose someone to kill, and the villagers try to suss out who the werewolf is. It's basically pre-Among Us. It was Eagle, I saw him venting. Oh no. And the roles in this visual novel are exactly the same as in the werewolf game. Werewolf is also called Mafia and some other names. Yeah.
安永くんと何を話してた？
さっきの宴でね、ちょっとまずいよねって。
Yeah, I figured it was something like that.
匠さんがヘビって名乗ったと近持くんから聞いたんだけど。
うん、そうなんだよね。
他にヘビは？
他？いや、ヘビは一人だし。
The mountain gave 4 kinds of guardians. The snake could ask the mountain whether one of the participants was a wolf or not. The monkey was the only one of which there were 2. They had the power to know who the other monkey was. The crow could determine whether the person who was lynched the previous day was a wolf or not. And the spider could ask God to protect one of the other participants from the wolves' attacks. Honestly, if this so-called God really had that power, I'd complain to him that he should protect everyone. And as far as I knew, anyone who didn't have a guardian was either a powerless human or a wolf. The humans could kill a person during the day, while the wolves could kill a person during the night. It was a battle for survival. The humans had to do everything to find and kill the wolves. If they couldn't find a single wolf during the feast, the whole event was completely meaningless. The wolves would simply crush the settlement.
殺人の是非を一旦脇に置くならば、今日狼容疑者を選べなかったことは単純に一日ロスだよね。
そうだね。そのこともさっきヤス君と話してた。
But what if you accidentally kill someone with a guardian? That would be bad too.
そして実質ヘビの正体が確定してしまった。
The snake outed himself. That may or may not be true.
うん。ちょっと嫌な状況だね。
She understood it well. We couldn't expect the help of the police or getting a forensic investigation, not to mention we were up against supernatural monsters. As things were, the snake's power was the only way to find out who was a wolf or not. In other words, losing the snake would mean losing their most powerful weapon against the wolves.
でも、多分今日は大丈夫なんだ。クモは匠兄ちゃんを守るようにってことになったから。
待って、雲もバレたのか？
ヤス君がこの場で明かせば狼にも聞かれるから秘密にしておこうって。
Worst case is losing the snake. Everyone else is kinda sorta expendable. Well, if you lose the snake, it'd be really good to have everyone else. Sharp.
それで肝臓じいちゃんが OK 出して方針が決まったんだ。
正しそうだね。
と思う。ヘビについてもそういう風にできればよかったのかな。
They really should have. It was best to secretly gather info without revealing their guardians. Especially for the snake, he should have kept quiet and used his power to find out as much as reasonably possible before revealing himself. I knew it was difficult to figure out right away, but the fact that the snake, the most important role, was the first to be outed was really bad. From my perspective, Takumi-san had been so focused on protecting Yasumizu himself that he'd made a terrible mistake. He appeared calm, but I wouldn't have been surprised if he realized this and was actually pretty shaken.
結果どうなると思う？
Oh, maybe that's why he started talking about not believing in all those superstitions, because he realized it and got really mad at himself, maybe. In this version, you need the crow. Right, you need the crow or else you can't find out. She asked like she already knew the answer.
雲は言われるがままに匠さんを守る。当然、狼もそれを聞いているんだから。
So they're not going to attack
雲が阻むんだろう。どうやるのかは知らないが。
だね。結果、1日分の殺人権をロスする。
So she's just gonna not attack Takumi. They might just kill Chiemi seemed to process this as a logic game too.
僕が狼なら、匠さんは無視して別の誰かを殺す。
Well, they declared who they wanted to investigate, so maybe they'll just kill the person that they investigated.
春明さんもそう思うか。ちなみに狙われるとしたら誰かな？
それはわからない。狼側の選択傾向がわからないからね。奴らが女子供の血をすすりたいとかなら、狙われるのは若い子たちだろうし。
Oh, I didn't even think about preferences.
怖い。
大丈夫。ちえみちゃんより若い子がいるから。
殺す。
大丈夫。美人狙いだったら一頭。
許す。でもそれはそれでやだな。殺される前に何されるかわかんないし。
I'm sure there were plenty of things they could conceive. Apparently, there was another layer to the worst possible scenario.
趣味以外の方向で言えば、そうだな。殺すことで村人側が大きく動揺するような人物。
True.
集落の有力者、
like Jinzo,
あるいは今後のゲーム展開を左右するような優秀なプレイヤー。
肝臓じいちゃん、あるいはヤス君。
Yasunaga was the only one who'd done something helpful for the villagers this time. He seemed to be the leader of the high schoolers and had a good head on his shoulders. But his ideas required Kanzo Makishima's approval, which made it pretty clear he was a standout. Honestly, I'd expected him to take more initiative than he had, but the fact he considered the younger people's opinions showed real leadership skills. In any case, he wasn't someone the humans wanted to lose. Oh yeah.
匠さんが誰を調べるかは決めたの？
うん、清之助さん。
何そのチョイス？
何って本人の希望で。あと人間関係的に不利な人から優先的に調べて安全性を上げようっていう。
I wasn't so sure about that choice. Those who were confirmed as non-wolves would have much more freedom to act. At the very least, they wouldn't be suspected as wolves who were just trying to exploit the situation during the feast. That being the case, shouldn't they have opted to choose a potential leader to investigate? Well, I didn't really know if Kyonosuke Nosatochi had the skills, but from what I could tell, he definitely lacked the influence to lead. If they wanted to secure a reliable leader, they should have went for someone like Kanzo Makishimashi. But wait.
もし蛇の対象がその夜に狼にやられてしまうなら蛇が無駄になるか。死んだ人はカラスが調べればいいことだから。
違うよ。夜に殺されるのは狼が選ぶんだから間違いなく人間だよ。カラスはあくまで昼に宴で選ばれて殺された人の正体を知れるだけ。
あ、そうか。確かに。
Whatever the case, perhaps investigating Kyonosuke-shi wasn't that much of a mistake. What if there's a third person helping the wolves? The three wolves analogy foreshadowed earlier. Why? That's strange. Did that mean they were actually doing a decent job? Well, it'd be pretty bad if Kanzoshi was the one to go. Chiemi looked gloomy. She and I probably felt that it wasn't a complete blunder, but still had a bad feeling about it. During the feast, everyone had to lock themselves somewhere all alone around every sunset. It was called sheltering. Well, I could understand it, considering the legends, but I'd still wondered why the students didn't go to school. It was a weekday. When I'd asked, they just told me, why would we leave when it's so dangerous? The idea that they couldn't leave when the mist was here was so popular, it affected their daily lives. Also, the people at Kamifujiyoshi had to know that Yasumizu was covered in mist, right? Considering the school there probably had a few students to begin with. The non-presence of the three from Yasumizu would normally be a serious problem. I knew it was a settlement for the ostracized, but did they really neglect this place that badly? Looking at it from that angle, it was safe to assume that the local villages, Kamifujiyoshi included, actually concealed the feast of the Yomi Purge. I thought about that and similar things in room 203 of the student dorm, the place I was given. Chiemi had given me some cup ramen and hot water. We chatted for a moment about being neighbors for a while, and then she returned to her room. Weird we could be so casual about this, considering there was a chance we wouldn't meet again tomorrow. After dinner, I took a bath. The gas boiler was pretty damn old, so learning how to use it took a while. There were some working electrical outlets too, so I could charge my phone. I didn't have a wristwatch, so that was important. By the way, my room didn't have a kitchen. I was pretty sure the other rooms didn't either. From what I could tell, no one here actually cooked or ate at their own homes. They all relied on the dining hall to provide their meals. This settlement had not only a unique culture, but a way of life as well. I couldn't help but wonder how something like this began and survived into the modern era. It was an interesting subject to research, but for now, I had to worry about the fact that my life was in danger. Anyway, what were my options now? I wasn't part of the feast, but walking around at night was probably dangerous regardless. After all, I had memories of getting killed doing exactly that. From a logical standpoint, that was probably just a dream, but it had a quality to it that made it hard to believe it was. I had to be careful until I was certain. Then again, I had a record of surviving by just not making any noise at night. Maybe I should have stayed awake and looked around. Also, Takumi-san had said they were going to have someone keep watch at night, didn't he? Was he going to do it himself? Considering the snake's importance, he shouldn't do something so dangerous. Shit, they'd barely decided anything in the feast. I wasn't getting enough info either. I felt like I barely knew the basics. Talking during the feast meant giving info to the wolves, but if the humans kept too many things hidden, the wolves would end up knowing way more than them, and that was just dangerous. Still, there was a limit to what I could do in my situation. If I kept being the messenger I was today, I could create a huge imbalance of info myself. Not to mention, I could be deemed suspicious and lose the residents' trust. Shit, what was I supposed to do here? Was it best for me to just stay quiet and wait for the feast to end? That wasn't like me at all. There was a mail slot on the door. I opened it up and looked outside. Everything was still covered in mist, so I couldn't see much. I could only see the handrail and the branches going in the hallway. but maybe I could see some intruder if I kept staring. Not likely. After all, this was the room at the end of the second floor. Haru-chan's and Chiemi's rooms were closer to the stairs, so I couldn't see anyone going to attack them. The only time I could see the monster come would be when it was coming for me. Maybe keeping watch like this was the most important thing if I wanted to stay alive, but I found it hard to put my own life on the priority list. For some reason, I felt like if I died, I'd just go back to the starting point. Yeah, I better not think that. Anyway, I had to stay awake. I still had many things to worry and think about. "5:14. Okay. It's about midnight where I am, so I think we should stop here. How'd you like the story so far? It's really interesting to me. I don't know how much farther we have until the main route. So this game specifically tells you that you can stream up to the main route and a little bit more. So I think I might continue this, possibly next week. What did the prologue cover? So the prologue, it covered how he got here. He kind of, he got off from breaking up with his girlfriend and just like drove randomly and just ended up here. I only jumped in midway, but it's like Among Us with a narrative. Exactly. Really digging the story so far. Very generous of them. Yeah, so if you want to go back and catch up on the story, maybe just play it at like 2x speed or something like that. But you can do that before next week. I'll probably stream it again on Sunday and give my voice a little bit of a break. It's kind of hard to find breaks to drink water during visual novels. It's so strange. Talking like this for a long time really puts a lot more strain on my voice than singing. Isn't that weird? It's just with visual novels too. Maybe I like lower my voice into a range where it's uncomfortable for me. I may have to just pick it up myself. It's very interesting. It is very interesting, yeah. And it's really nice that they let you stream a bunch of it. But yeah, hopefully I'll continue next week, and I'll catch you guys next time. Let me close this and turn on the ending music. VNs do have a lot of talking though. It's nice that they have it fully voiced, so I don't have to talk the entire time. But it was still like a lot of stress. Sounds good. Sounds good. I hope to see you guys next time. Otsukarin. Bye bye. Thanks for watching. I like had my ending music doubled up because I had my desktop audio on. Is this my waiting music? I gotta mute that too. Otsukarin. Bye bye. Thanks for watching.